fall out of ball. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, beat me if you can. Survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking there's nothing gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Hitchman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the band from Australia to Japan.
Check down the road, don't get back to back up to Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, most honest man in all of podcasting, and a lot of other silly monikers. Jackie Jones, along with the man. I was going to introduce you as intro for a second, but no, you're the promoter of New England Fan Fest and Hall of Fame, which is coming up very soon, a couple weeks from now.
Yes.
Joseph Bruen.
Glad to be here. My pleasure. Thank you, as always, for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming on. So, what are some of... We have a lot of news to talk about the upcoming New England Fan Fest.
Yes, absolutely. So, the 28th and 29th of July this month, that's when it's taking place. It's all happening at the Crown Plaza Hotel. That's in Warwick, Rhode Island, 801 Greenwich Avenue. And just 10 minutes from the airport if you're traveling from afar. Right off the highway if you're local. Plenty of parking, ATMs on site. They accept credit, they accept cash, whatever you need at the door, whatever's easier. General admission tickets are on sale in advance, but you could also get them at the door. We've been getting that question a lot. So if you want to hold off and just wait until the day of, that's fine. You'll be able to purchase all of your tickets the day of the show as well. If not, you can purchase your tickets now, pre-order, just to kind of get that out of the way if you're somebody who likes to be prepared. And that's at immortalseats.com. So it's exclusively at immortalseats.com. The Hall of Fame ceremony kicks off the weekend, New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. So that ceremony, doors open at 6 p.m. on Friday night, the 28th. And the ceremony, it starts 7 p.m. It'll probably run till about 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock. There will be a cash bar there. Some great local talent being inducted that evening, as well as Mike McGurk and Barry Horowitz, Joel Gertner from ECW, legendary photographer Steve Taylor. So a great mix of talents from all different areas and different promotions and, different parts of the business. So it's going to be a great night to kick it off. And then the following morning, 9 a.m. until 5 p.m., right there at the same location, Crown Plaza Hotel, we have the Fan Fest, New England Fan Fest 8. We have the Big Red Machine Kane coming in, which is bringing in a lot of attention. Ticket sales are going great for Kane. He's coming in via Immortal Seats, of course. Immortal Seats is also bringing in Lisa Marie Barron, who we just announced a couple days ago, formerly known as Tara, formerly known as Victoria. So she's really looking forward to it. Her first appearance at a New England Fan Fest.
Oh, cool.
And we also have Candice Michelle coming from Immortal Seats, as well as the former Nia Jax will be there. Lena will be there in
really
person.
Cool, too. As far as I know, she hasn't done a lot of appearances anywhere.
Yeah, it's a great mix. She doesn't do a lot. I know she did one in the tri-state area, but she doesn't really do much at all. So we got a good mix of talent coming in, and of course some of the old school legends like Rockin' Robin, former WWF Women's Champion. She'll be there with Auction Andrew, as will the legendary and the feared Haku,
Oh,
from
sweet.
WCW. So he will still be there as well. Unfortunately, we had a couple cancellations with Scott Shipley, and he represents Howell. Unfortunately, he had eye surgery recently over the past few days, and we first and foremost wish him the best of luck in his
Yeah, of
recovery. Health comes first, obviously, but because of that, he's unable to make the show, and unfortunately, his talent as well. So we're currently in the process of trying to salvage a couple of his guys. He had a few guys coming to the show, so we were able to keep on the Blue Meanie.
Oh, nice.
So he will be there, and Brian R. Solomon, of course, editor from the WWE, he will still be there as well. And we're going to try to work on some others. We also still have some stars that we haven't announced yet, so there'll probably be one or two more announcements coming your way as well. Ink Tank Autographs will be there with the Man Beast Rhino. Mr. Big presents Angel Amoroso as well as Vanity, and of course Dr. D, David Schultz.
Yeah, that's a wild one. So on my horror movie show for a while, my co-host was Trista Robinson, actress I met in L.A., and not necessarily a big wrestling fan, but because she would talk to me a lot, I'd tell her about wrestling. So she was watching Dark Side of the Ring, and she became a huge Dr. D fan and even wore the shirt on the show a couple times.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And he's actually going to be doing, well, first and foremost, there's going to be Dr. D T-shirts on sale for the first time. I guess they are debuting them at this convention, so that'll be cool. But he's going to be doing slap photo ops or slap video ops. So I'm not familiar with this, but it's a pretty cool concept, certainly very unique for any true wrestling fan. A cool opportunity indeed. So
yeah, no, honestly, that's really, it's always fun when you can think out of the box and do something, some kind of fun, you think everything's done, but a slap photo up with Dr. D is pretty wild. And that's that's really a once in a lifetime thing. I mean, that's probably not going to happen, anywhere else.
It is. And this is his first New England Fan Fest appearance. And I mean, as far as I can remember, his first signing period in New England, specifically. So,
yeah, he wasn't involved in wrestling at all for a long time, as people know. I remember I saw him, I think it was like his first appearance. This was still years ago, and he hasn't done a lot since then. But
yeah,
it was a big deal when he started doing interviews, and still he doesn't spread himself too thin. He just keeps it, because I think it keeps it special if he doesn't do too many.
right, exactly. Yeah, so it'll be a cool appearance for sure. We're looking forward to having him, and Immortal Seats will also be bringing former member of Kai and Tai, Funaki, will be there, the number one SmackDown announcer. Funaki's looking forward to meeting the fans. Huge announcement yesterday, the Ultimo Dragon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There. So this is his first New England appearance anywhere as far as a signing goes. Ultimo Dragon doesn't make many appearances. There it is. Very, very cool. So yeah, he's really looking forward to it, and he's good friends with Funaki. So Funaki and Ultimo are actually going to be doing dual photo ops as well. Kind of a unique opportunity there.
Yeah, that's cool.
We have Candice Michelle. She's going to be doing dual photo ops with Victoria. They're close friends as well. So anybody that would like to meet them together. We have New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Famer Bull Montana. And then, of course, we have Cantu Promotions. They're going to be there with Buff the Stuff Bagwell from WCW, as well as Chick Donovan from the Territories, and he did some stuff with WWF, WCW. So he's kind of been around, and another name that just is never in the New England scene.
He's actually kind of popped up again. I saw him I saw him wrestling, and even at then he was he was up there, but that was like 12 years ago. And he just popped up recently. I saw people sharing the video because he did a match recently somewhere.
Yeah.
And so and people talk. He popped up in some interviews lately, but really cool guy, very fun, and just like a fun addition, I think, to the Fan Fest.
Absolutely. We also have Devon Dudley, one half of Team 3D, the Dudley Boys. He'll be there signing autographs. We have making his first appearance at any convention is Bill Dunn, a former WWF ring announcer. He was there for probably about 15 years. He did Superstars of Wrestling for a long period of time, did some matches at WrestleMania 10. He was a big house show guy, and he was also heavily involved behind the scenes with merchandising and stuff like that. So Bill is really excited about coming out because, like I said, he's never done it. So he's going to be involved in his very first Q&A session. So
cool.
He's got lots of stories that, he left WWF early 97, and he's never been interviewed. So he doesn't, it's not out there. Nobody knows his story.
Yeah, say that. And that's going to be, not only have you not heard them, it's probably stories, a lot of people are, from a different point of view. So that's going to be unique. And I remember back in the day, it was cool when you started seeing shoot interviews. But, over time, we've seen from just about everybody. So when you can find one from someone new, that's really exciting.
Exactly. And speaking of someone new, a legendary photographer with the WWE, Steve Taylor. He started in 1983, 84, and was there straight through until 2005. Moved his way up the ranks in the offices, behind the scenes. So Steve Taylor will be a super ticket guest. It's his very first convention as well. He's also a part of a Q&A session as well. So he's, I'm sure, got tons of, behind the scenes stories as well. So really looking forward to that. We also have Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, a regular,
one of my favorites,
at the New England scene. Other super ticket guests include Jack Corpella. Jack's got your back, former WWE announcer, making his first convention appearance. Of course, Barry Horowitz. Horowitz wins. Barry will be inducted into the New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame the night prior. The legendary Mike McGirt, first female ring announcer with the WWF. She, too, will be inducted the night prior. So they've got a lot planned for Mike McGirt. Mike and Barry will also be participating in a Q&A session as well.
Oh, cool.
Keep in mind, fans that maybe don't want to collect autographs or photo ops, they just want to come check it out, see what's going on, get to kind of shake some hands, stuff like that. There are Q&A sessions all day. So there'll be Q&As in the Q&A room from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. If you have a ticket to get into the convention, even just a general admission ticket, you can watch all the Q&As for free. So there is no cost. So, just another opportunity for fans that maybe aren't big into collecting autographs.
Yeah, if you think maybe you're going to have to spend a whole bunch of money to get all these autographs and stuff, like you said, you can do that. Go check out what people are selling. There's cool vendors. So there's a lot of stuff to do throughout the day.
Exactly. And then for the people that do collect, we have a collector's poster, limited edition. It's 11 by 17, real nice, kind of a retro feel to it. It's going to have everybody pictured on it that's appearing at the Fan Fest. The collector's posters are only $10, and you can kind of, take it around and try to get who you want on there.
That's always fun to have, depending, you obviously if you have something specific for people, but if you have everyone on one thing, I always think that's a really cool something that you can, remember.
Absolutely, all in one place for sure. Makes it a very cool collectible. From the original ECW, we have Don DC Drake. He will be inducted the night prior, and of course, we'll be signing autographs at the Fan Fest. We have Kayla Sparks, who is an up-and-coming independent women's wrestler. She's done some stuff on AEW television, and she's been an extra for the WWE. So she's kind of moving up the ranks. She will be there as well as a super ticket guest. Also, Duke the Dumpster Drosy will be there. Ahmed Johnson will be there. Nice. The Pro River Powerhouse. So some of your favorite stars from the new generation era will be represented. Joel Gertner from ECW, and he'll also be inducted the night prior. And then, of course, we also have Charlie Min from WWF. He was an announcer. Short period of time, 94, 95, Action Zone, live event updates. And this is his very first convention appearance, so very cool to have Charlie Min there. He'll also be a part of his own Q&A session, so he'll have time to tell his story as well. But you can get all the tickets at immortalseats.com in advance. Like I said, tickets at the door as well. And we're just looking forward to having all the fans come out from not only New England, but surrounding areas. This is the final New England Fan Fest. And it is. Yeah, this is it.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I did not know that. But
so, we want to go out and really just enjoy it, have a good time, and see faces we haven't seen in a long time. I've already heard from a lot of different people that are planning on attending. So it's going to be special for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of those names, like you said, making their first appearance at a convention, and I think the '94 era is an era that doesn't. People always talk about the Attitude Era and different era, but that's an era that you don't hear a lot about. And there was a lot of fun stuff in that era, and there was a lot of characters that came and go, like Charlie Min, you're saying, and it's cool to hear stories from them from an era that hasn't been talked about, over and over and over.
Absolutely, and as a fan, 1994 was actually one of my favorite years. SummerSlam '94, I'd put up that pay-per-view up against several pay-per-views. I mean, Bret and Owen in the cage was just a true classic, and Razor and Diesel, and there were so many great moments at that pay-per-view and throughout that year. So 94 definitely underrated.
Yeah, I was at the Royal Rumble that year.
Oh yeah, that's at Providence Civic Center.
Yeah,
that's another one.
The only Royal Rumble's at, but it was that was a really cool experience. You could see me a little bit behind Ted DiBiase doing commentary. But it was cool, and I always think that I was part of the reason Bret Hart went on to become champion and not Lex Luger, because we all started cheering Bret Hart. And also what led to probably Kevin Nash getting and Diesel getting the big push, because everyone went crazy for him.
He eliminated a lot of people.
Yeah, and and watching at home, or if you watch it now out of context, Undertaker rising up, like maybe it's like, oh, it's kind of hokey. But in the arena, it was a really cool experience.
I've heard different rumors about who portrayed that, Undertaker that rose to the sky. Was it Marty Jannetty?
I doubt it, but who knows?
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah,
a lot of people have said that.
Marty Jannetty maybe started that. I don't know.
Maybe possible.
Yeah, but he's a fun character too, Marty Jannetty.
Absolutely.
Who I met at a New England Fan Fest.
Always a pleasure. He's been at a couple of them. Yep.
Yeah. And definitely make it for both shows if you can, because the Hall of Fame is a great time. You get to see a lot of people. So people know, everyone will know Joel Gertner, but you also get to see a lot of local people that maybe you don't know when you go there, but you get to hear their story, and that's always it's nice to hear people talking from their heart and their experiences in the wrestling business.
Absolutely. It's a special night. My favorite night of the entire year. And, it's a soft spot for me. So, really looking forward to it. The New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame will continue. There's going to be a ceremony every 3 to 5 years. Okay. That is the game plan. It's just the fan fest on a grand stage. This will be the final one. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope people come out and, have a great time, and this will be one for everyone to remember.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Neil. And we're or I should say Jackie Jones.
That's fine. Yeah. I used to really keep them separate, but everyone knows at this point. But
right. But yeah, come on out 28th, 29th of this month. We're really looking forward to it. MortalSeats.com for tickets. And again, you can get tickets at the door. Bring the kids, bring the family. It's a family show. We'll actually have some cosplayers there as well. And there's something for everybody. We have a couple dozen merchandise vendors, a couple podcasts, and like I said, Q&As all day. So it's just a lot of fun for everybody involved.
Yeah, very cool. All right. Well, I'll be there, and looking forward to seeing everybody.
Looking forward to it. Thanks again.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes.
Bye. All right. Yeah. Oh, by the way, they said you look like Vincent D'Onofrio. I agree. And that's a compliment. It's the Kingpin. It's the man. All right. So I'm wearing a Living Legend shirt. I actually didn't know what this was when I first saw it. I got it in my wrestling crate a little while ago. I was like, whoa, what the hell did they send me? They sent me a Pink Floyd shirt. That's cool. I like Pink Floyd. Dark Side of the Moon here. And then, down here, 7-star FTR. So that's still cool. I bet if I wore this around, most people would be like, oh, that guy really likes Pink Floyd. But who doesn't really? Besides, goofs. So a lot of stuff coming up for me. Fan Fest next week. That's going to be a great time. I'll be going to L.A. at the end of August, so I'll probably have to take a week, possibly 2 weeks off the show. I'll be doing my next feature film, Psycho Ape 2. And then I might go to Virginia from there for one of the final showings of my film. Vance Dementia, nice shirt. Thank you, Vance. So, I'm flying solo here tonight. So this is what we're going to do, guys, because I did a Jackie Jones show Saturday, and I reviewed in depth of AEW Collision. So I already talked about all the wrestling I've seen, and if you missed that show, go over right here to the YouTube page, subscribe, and become a member. It starts at only $3, and I hate to always, harp on this, but this show costs a lot of money, as I am sure the Fan Fest does, and unfortunately 8 years in, 8 events in, and it's ending, and then that's unfortunate. But we want In Your Head to continue, and it does cost a lot to run all of this, and things get more expensive as the years goes on. So I'm not going to try to go over this every minute, but just real quick, if you guys would like to help out and become a member or help pay for all this stuff, definitely not getting rich, but be nice to at least get enough to cover the expenses. You will get a shout out on the show. You get the archives of the Jackie Jones show for the $5 tier. You get unedited, remastered, original episodes of In Your Head. They add every week at least one, sometimes 2 or 3. And then $10 you can become a producer, and you get a producer credit, and that really helps out the show. All right, so the weeks that I'll be away, I'll make sure to be adding a lot of the old content to add while I'm away. And if I have time, maybe I'll pop on and do some little fun shows for you guys. But so big shout out to Headyverse members: Craig Jolly, Stephen Bootler, Raider Dre, Travis Sandow, and our Hall of Famer Steven Simmons, Simply Ravishing, Mikey B, Vic Schiavone, Brian Matthew Clutter, Dadpool on YouTube, Double Guns, and The Geek Getaway, and of course our producers. Special shout out, special thanks to El Santos World and the one and only Bruce. So the first, I believe, 11 episodes are up right now, including the J.J. Dillon interview. Really famous show at the time, the No-Show Show. Our first interview ever, and that's C.W. Anderson and R.D. Reynolds from WrestleCrap, which I'm the one who told them what to talk him it. Where is the boss baby? He took the week off to do a WV marathon. So he's just in his pants for a whole week. It's a big time. No, he's out in Chi-Town, not Chi-Town. He's out in Ohio. Ohio. So what we're gonna do? I'm gonna send out the link early. So if you guys would like to come on in, talk about the wrestling. And then I'm going to take a real short break. After I post this out, I'm going to play a classic song from In Your Head. And boom. So if you guys would like to video in, here it is. And if not, when I come back, I'm going to answer the questions from the Headyverse. So if you'd like to send in questions, join the Facebook group or email me, iwatchwrestling@gmail.com. Video in and talk the wrestling. It'll be a good time, folks. Do it up. All right. So while we do that, we're going to just go to a real quick break. Intra's not here, but here's a classic tune. This one is going out to Bruce. This is especially for you.
In your head.
was some classic tunage right there. Did you hear it? I played it especially for you, Bruce.
Yeah. See, it's on my TV.
Oh, excellent. I know you're a big fan of the Jackie Jones song, and that was also that's the In Your Head song that I did.
I appreciate intro songs and yeah.
Yeah,
Yours is-
great vocals, great lyricist. Took me a long time to write all those lyrics.
I liked all the spinning heads and yeah.
Yeah. There's an alternate version of that video where I'm a werewolf. I'll play that for you at some point. Tyler says, I'll die before I give up in your head. That is what we like to hear.
Yeah.
In your
Sacrificing
head
life.
for life. Boom. All right, what's on your mind, Mr. Ghost?
Not much. I've been trying to keep up with Raw and SmackDown and stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't watch that, but I heard, to be fair, that SmackDown did, and I'm not a big ratings guy, I don't really care, but it did like this crazy ratings for, the whole show, but especially for the segment with the Bloodline when they did like the court. So when people want to say that these talking segments, people just want to see nonstop wrestling, it isn't true, because historically, if they give these kind of segments do really well, and that did very well. So I saw, so just a point. Someone I saw put on Facebook, they're like, WWE gives you this drama, and AEW gives you the great wrestling. I don't think either one's bad. I don't think the idea of having great wrestling is bad, obviously, and I don't think the idea of having great drama is bad either. I actually want both. I can be entertained by many different things in wrestling. It's part of the reason why I like wrestling. I love a great match, a compelling match, in-ring match. That's great. I like the storytelling. I like some of the goofy off-the-wall comedy and dumbass stuff in wrestling. I like that. I like to see guys fly. The small guys, I like seeing them flying around. I enjoy that. And once in a while, I like seeing the bloodbath. So I like a nice variety in my wrestling.
Yeah, and if a story's done well, you know, and we're blessed with WWE actually sticking to a storyline because for years, for a few years there, they could not do it to save their life, you know.
Yeah, I really don't follow WWE because I don't like the show overall, but I follow the Bloodline stuff because honestly, that's the best story in wrestling right now. And then I watch the pay-per-views, but outside the pay-per-views, that's the thing that I do watch is the Bloodline stuff. And so I can be an AEW fan and say I do like the in-ring wrestling, they're better, but that doesn't mean I hate a compelling storyline. I think that's, crazy. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You can like a mixture of different things.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to open this.
Ooh, bang.
Citrus Twist. That's way better than that shit I drank earlier. That sucked.
I watched your Mountain Dew video too.
Yeah,
I had the day off.
That is the compelling content you will get. If every once in a while I'm going to go live, and boom, you're going to get something like that. Me drinking Mountain Dew. All right.
Nice.
So, we're going to go to these questions. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's get to these questions. Let me find the questions. For some reason, they also went to Messenger. So if you're part of the group and you're wondering why you got a message, hell if I know. But decided to send you a message. Before we get to that, though, Brian Jones, he is like the Val Venus mark of the Headyverse. This guy's in love with Val Venus. And Val Venus even went over the line for Brian Jones. Now, Brian Jones is with him 100% and everything else. He thinks there should be no government. There should be no public schooling. No health care, no free health care. No, nothing. He's right with Val Venus on everything. You should yell at trans people, all this stuff. But Val Venus, he's going out there, and there's some video, some woman on a plane, I don't know, and she's got like a necklace or a shadow here. And so instead of thinking, oh, it's a shadow or a necklace, Val Venus goes right to, that is clearly where her human mask is coming off because she's a reptile. And I was like, what in the hell's wrong with this guy? I know he's smoking the wacky tobacco, but I've done some of that myself. I've done some edibles, and I've never thought that people are actual reptiles.
I don't know. Like bodybuilders have never been accused of being the smartest people. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
they get by on their looks. Like,
so he's even losing his number one fan, Brian Jones was like, I don't know about this one.
I did not know that. So he's getting really political, but now the alien QAnon.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really rising in the world. I shouldn't even say it on his show because that's probably weird. A lot of our listeners that were like, what in the hell is Jackie Jones all woke? He don't believe in reptiles.
I like reptiles.
He's been taken over. Earlier they were saying they missed the fat Jackie Jones, and they'd be like, that guy died and he's been replaced by a reptile. This isn't even, look, we're going to rip his mask off.
Holy shit.
I saw V. People saw the show V back in the 70s, and now they think it's reality. Let's see here. Oh, I don't know what this means. Oh, here we go. Mighty Lexar just got back from the script club on a rare Tuesday night and had one of the greatest yet shortest lap dances. He says that every lap dance. Either they outdo themselves every lap dance, or Lexar's, every time he, jizzes in his pants, he forgets all former lap dances, and that's all in his mind, is that was the greatest time I jizzed in my pants ever. Allegedly. So what does that mean? It was a short stripper? It's possible. A short lap dance. So was it the physically short, or it didn't last very long? Or as Dan says, maybe he just ejaculated quickly.
Straight to the
V
point.
was a good show. There's lots of good shows, but I don't think they're all real.
What was that one in the early 90s, late 80s, like Alien?
Well, they redid it V too at another point in time.
Yeah, but what was it?
Alien Nation's a good show.
Yeah, that one. I remember that one, and that one.
Good movie. Movie's better probably.
Ooh, like Jerry Seinfeld there.
Richard Fonseca. That's not Brian Jones. That's Mantar under a mask. Uh-oh, we've got another reptile on the line. We got Vic Schiavone. I'm going to call it Val Venus.
I loved that show in the 80s, but I can't believe anybody would take it seriously.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't, people, but look, it's fun. It was always fun to read the Weekly World News and be like Bat Boy and stuff. But now, people, they can't just have fun with it. They have to really believe all this craziness.
Yeah, they should try to find it, and then, yeah.
Yeah, if they're real, you could go over and rip the mask off then at some point.
They're too scared. I was going to say another word, but I'm holding back.
Alien. Tyler's saying that Lexar's mommy's got to get the slipper. I thought Lexar was saving his money. That's why he didn't go to SmackDown. Instead, he went and blew it all on the lap dance.
Well, $245 to sit in the rafters. That show was not.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is a lot of money. I didn't pay nearly that much. I got Dynamite tickets. Very excited because not only is it Dynamite, it's a good time. First time at the former Boston Garden, the TDK Arena, whatever. But also, it's going to be blood and guts.
Good times.
Apparently, now, if this is true or not, it's not true. But the rumor is Punk had volunteered to take the place of Bryan Danielson. And Kenny Omega was good with that. Moxley was good with that. Apparently, everyone was good with that, except for the Bucks. If this is all true, and it's not just something someone made up or part of a big giant elaborate work, that's just pathetic. I mean, you gotta be a man and put this stuff behind you. And I'm not trying to be Mr. Macho. I mean, be an adult. I'll say be an adult. Put this stuff behind you. And do what's best for business, for the company you work for the company that pays you, for all the fans that are watching. You don't think the fans would want to see CM Punk in the match? Of course they would. And if you're not going to put that aside, you're a detriment to the company. Then you should hit the bricks.
Send them packing.
I agree. And I'm not going to say I hate the Bucks. They've entertained me at times. And I know they have their fans and stuff. But you have to be a grown-up at some point. You can't just do whatever, especially when the other side's willing to work with you.
No argument from me.
Colleen, when the TLC and the History Channel started being more entertainment than actual educational program, the IQ of the nation went down to. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I'm fine with those kind of things. Like, I can enjoy that. It's just weird when people really start buying into, like, some real whacked out stuff. Mike B, Alienation was a good movie and TV show. Yeah, I just remember the movie being better, but I don't know. It's been a while since I watched a show.
I always thought the main human guy in that show, just looked even freakier than the alien. Something about his face.
Man, hope he's not watching.
Yeah, he's gonna cry.
Captain Murphy, Young Bucks are cool and awesome, but they suck. I can get behind that. I like them as characters, especially as heels. I think they work better as heels because they play off like kind of a douchey vibe, and when they dress like and you're like, what in the hell's going on? And they honestly, some of the best tag matches I've seen in modern times they've been part of. But this idea that they don't even want to be in the same building as the other guy, that's just pathetic. All right. Let's see here. Jonathan Jackson, also known as Jonathan Jackson, wants to know, why are Dobbs and Tazo so obsessed with the satanic sex elite? I think that's a question for them, not us. How the hell do we know? Alexa, The Undertaker saved his wife, Michelle McCool, from an apparent shark attack. I don't know if that's true. I know he went out, like, walking in the water towards a shark, but I don't know if the shark... I assume if the shark was apparently going to eat Michelle McCool, I doubt Undertaker just stopped it. Like, he just shot a lightning bolt at it or something. Do you think, does he play the dong when he's just on the beach? Like he just walks on the beach in his flip flops and you're boom. That would be pretty cool.
That would scare the shark away.
Yeah. Bruce, you're a big fan of the Undertaker's dong.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else when you said that, and I was like distracted.
I'm sorry, Michelle McCool out there. We don't want to talk about your husband's dong. I meant his music. Alexa, this Saturday night, AEW and Impact Wrestling is going to compete with each other as Impact has their anniversary pay-per-view, Slammiversary, and AEW's Collision and Battle for the Belts. Which one will you be watching? Do you really have to ask me that? Alexa. Renee Paquette said that she moved to L.A. without a work visa and green card with hopes of becoming an actress at age 19. Your thoughts on the move? Good for her. I don't know. She's done well for herself. So. Where's she from? Was she Canadian? I didn't even know that. Lexar, last night was the season premiere of A&E documentary series of The Secrets of Playboy. Are you intrigued? Nope. The Secrets of Playboy or Boobs and Butts. The secret to Playboy is guys wanted to see naked women. It wasn't like a stroke of genius. Like, I wonder what guys would like to see. Do you think they'd like to see naked women? I don't know. That's crazy talk, Hugh Hefner.
Yeah. I've worked with a couple of guys, like older guys, like in restaurants that were like, oh man, the Playboy Club. Like there used to be Playboy clubs, I guess.
Right.
Where they used to have the bunny ears and tails and stuff and like serve men drinks. Like patting the girls on the butt. Kind of, hey, honey.
Booty time. Colleen says, I thought it was for the interesting articles. Well, that's what happens. See, the internet now, people think the internet, you can go there and be like Bruce and Google all these, dirty, disgusting web, stuff that you would never even imagine in the Playboy. You're like, whoa, yeah. But it's really what the fall down of the Playboy magazine is. Now you can just go, oh, yeah, I'm going to go look up the articles online.
Yeah.
Travis Sandal, please say Johnny Swinger. Johnny Swinger? He's still alive? Hey, Jack, can I watch your movie? You do. I didn't direct it, I produced it. But, it's gonna be playing. I don't think I'm supposed to say where it's playing it, but actually August we're finishing up the specials for the Blu-ray, so hopefully it will have a physical release this fall. And then I'll also be filming my next movie, Psycho Ape 2, when I'm out there. What do you think of the blue cane? I didn't even know there was a blue cane.
I saw a picture of that. I don't even know what it is.
Here we go. I prefer guys and fries to bobs and butts. Booyah! Hell yeah! Lexar's getting all horned up again. He just got back from the strip club. Then he hears guys and fries. And he just thought, man, I'm worn out. And then boom! Why do you hate fries?
I like fries. I just prefer boobs and butts with fries.
Man, well, that don't even sound. That doesn't even roll off the tongue.
It's delicious.
That's like too much.
Yeah, a lot of smells going on there.
To me.
So how you doing, Lexar? Did you change your undies since you were at the strip club?
I changed my pants.
Not your underwear?
No, I did.
Man, so they're all crusty and what? That's not your underwear, is it? We don't want to see that.
No, it's my PJs.
It's your what?
Where's the jizz?
My PJs, my pajamas.
Oh, pajamas, all right. It's a Dale Earnhardt. Dale Jarrett. Boom! I need to do an updated version.
Huh?
Pretty rockin'. Pretty rockin'. Colleen's all excited now. Look at that, see? She's into it. How about baked boobs and bacon? It's got to roll off the tongue. I like alliteration. AJ Rita, sorry it's late. I was watching Rush Hour 3. It's very topical.
Yeah, Jackie Chan.
Jackie Chan, Jackie Chan, yeah. I'm gonna write him a theme song.
I actually think I have one of those little kids books where it's like the life of Jackie Chan, but it's like 32 pages and all like pictures. I think it's in my cupboard.
Is there jizz on your camera?
Yeah,
Look, it's all like smeared or something.
No.
It's like fish eye.
Oh, I think it's just like,
You have like some kind of filter on it, I think.
yeah, I think so. That's why.
It's for recording the ladies, so it looks like classier.
Yeah, like an old silent film when the woman would come on screen. They'd like fade. They'd have the fade, like yeah. So they take all the wrinkles out of her, or whatever.
Exactly.
Makes you look angelic.
Thank you.
Which yeah,
Just
which
like I have a halo.
Right. When I think angels, I think Lexar.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Savage is like when you have a beer at the bar and find out it's higher ABV than it tastes. I have some Macho Man stuff, but he's behind this curtain. Pay no attention to the man behind this curtain. Oh yeah, Macho Man, yeah, dig it, yeah. I didn't never know. He said, "Oh yeah," right on there. Looks just like Macho Man. If he was a short, fat cartoon.
I know this girl who I worked with, like, just like a year
Biblically?
ago. Like, she looked just like Miss Elizabeth.
Oh wow!
It was crazy. I was like, I kept trying to think of it, and she looks like her. But she has like the 2009 like Avril Lavigne kind of hair. But if she did it up, she would look just like her.
Damn.
And I wanted to fuck her so
Whoa! You wanted to take her to the malt shop.
Yeah, I wanted
and
to put
ask
her on my
her to
shoulder.
take. There you go. Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Ooh. Your hands off Miss Elizabeth.
Yeah, I'd lock her in a room. I'd be doing something else, but she'd be in there. She'd be cool.
What is Lexar doing? Is he looking at his peen?
Not just like moving some type of. I just got tired. I just moved my socks around.
You got tired moving your socks?
I just came from like a strip club, and then before that, I went to like shopping. My aunt's gonna be here in 3 days to celebrate my birthday next week.
Okay. Well, happy birthday, Lexar. Next week we're gonna Vic, if you heard that, you gotta get the bear out of retirement.
Bear.
The happy birthday bear, boy.
Oh, Vic Shimoni.
Yes. What do you want for your birthday? Did you tell your aunt? You're like, hey, Auntie Lexar, bring me a hot chica.
I just want $1,000 so I could like.
What the hell?
I want to like shop for clothes, and go to wrestling events, indie shows, and WWE, and of course strip clubs.
Is that what you asked her? Is your aunt loaded?
She looks like it.
Is she gonna come through? Is she gonna give you $1,000? You think?
I don't think so, but I hope it's a decent amount.
All right. Did you tell her you were going to use it for the strip club?
I didn't. I keep all my strip club outgoings a secret.
I don't believe that. Except, no one listens to this, so they ain't going to know. But What would you do if you came home one day and your mom was just watching In Your Head?
Is In Your Head a public group on Facebook?
My mom did know about the In Your Head, but it's because of Interest Lab. She's a
Yeah,
huge
she's
fan
got
of Interest Lab.
she's got it a hot. She got the hot. I think that's where Intra is right now. He's off seeing your mom.
She has to. He has to go from West Virginia to Jersey.
Yeah, I mean that's not people travel. It's not possible to go to another state. What would you do if you walked in and you caught, you caught the power goat, giving your mom the old in and out? Yeah, the old whoop, 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 whoop.
There you go. I actually feel proud for her because she never had a boyfriend since,
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, my dad.
And Intro would be a good dad.
Yes, good stuff.
Take
good
you to
old
wrestling
stuff.
events. Take you out shooting.
I'll be working on the railroad. He still works for the railroad company.
Come
I
on, the
guess.
rail, exactly.
Like clean your ass when you WV.
Keep your nose clean.
Just in general, anyone's that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, right. That's a good. I don't know if they just leave it there or.
It's a very dad thing to do.
Yeah. Teach you how to change your underwear.
Keep your noses clean.
Exactly. He's going to Lexar's. No, he's not going to Lexar's aunt.
I won't Lex on my aunt.
No. I might if she's loaded. Boom. Sugar mama for Jackie Jones.
Yeah, if you won that $17,000 jackpot, you probably would.
No, I'd go for a young damsel. No. Let's see here. Where were we? Lexa wants to know. Oh, wow. What do you think about this? Captain Murphy says, Lexar looks like a guy who can't grow a good mustache, so he cuts it, but it looks like he could have a stash of the ages.
I grew a beard once when I was a teen, and all the girls from the church community I was in at the time said I looked terrible with the beard.
Whoa!
And mustache.
Damn.
And then I looked myself in the mirror and I said, they're kind of right. So I just shaved it off.
Yeah, but that was what? That was like you were in high school. That was like what, a month and a half ago. Now you're a man of age now. You're like what, like 19 now?
No, 40.
You're 40?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn 40.
Damn, I thought you were like a teen.
Yeah.
No.
So you're 40 now. It's time to grow a big ass beard. All the girls love beards now. You go to the mall, you see all these you look like hillbillies or bikers. They got these big ass beards down to here. So you got to grow a big ass beard. You'll get all the women.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Colleen's saying, nah, he's better clean shaven.
Let's see there.
See, what do I know?
Most women disagree with the large beard.
No, a lot of women like the big beard now. It is a deal.
Or maybe it's just like if it's short, it's like cactus prickles. Like when you go for a hug or kiss, and you like.
It's like a French tickler.
Yeah, but French tickler was like real ashy. You could like feel the scratches of the beard.
Just like 1,000 really long nose hairs on your face.
Colleen says, I hate the beard face. I like hairy guys, but clean the face off. So,
I got hairy legs if she likes hairy legs.
There you go. Let's see here. He got me beat. I'll be 39 this year, young Colleen. I'm turning like 78 in February.
Holy
shit.
Wow. September.
Not of this year.
Oh.
It's many years down, but I will at some point. Bruce Pritchard revealed that Vince McMahon and the WWE were going through the process of purchasing Playboy despite of them going PG. Bruce said that Vince had meeting with Hugh Hefner about a potential sell, but a deal didn't go through. Are you intrigued if a sell were to happen? Well, this had to be years ago. So, yeah, I probably wouldn't have been a good investment because magazines are, really dead. I can't imagine you would have made much. The only thing you could possibly make money on is just the brand itself, Playboy. You could probably do something with that, but I don't think magazines or anything.
WWE is not a good
Yeah, anything
brands.
they've ever done outside of wrestling has always been like a big bust.
Trash.
The XFL twice, the bodybuilding. They tried to promote boxing back in the 80s.
It's just like they approach it like they're just trying to sell T-shirts. Like everything's all about just selling T-shirts. Like
the movies, I don't get because they used to really push the movies, and then it's like they still make them, but they never ever talk about them. If they do, it's almost like a joke just to make fun of the Miz. They made Miz a joke for being in their own movies. It's a very bizarre take. It's like they tell their own audience that their movies are like a joke.
Yeah. So dumb.
Has Jack ever been clean shaven? Oh yeah. I'm not a fan. I'll find a picture. Let me find a picture. I mean, I was clean shaven when I was 8. I've never manscaped, though. If anyone was wondering.
Did you have hair back then?
What, when I was 8? Yeah.
Yeah.
I had really long hair up until not that long ago.
Man, you know how in the shower you kind of zone out sometimes? I do. So I was shaving, I was manscaping, and I realized that I'd shaved all of my pubes off.
Damn.
It's damn it. Shouldn't have been daydreaming. Damn it, no more pubes.
Now your ball sack looks like Lexar's face.
It will never look like Lexar's face. Take that back.
Lexar's like, my face will never look like his ball sack.
Are you saying my face looked ugly?
No, no, not at all, not at all. That's not what I meant. I meant he said he shaved his ball sack clean, so I meant his face was as clean shaven as you. I would never call you ugly, Lexar.
He's saying something about ball sacks in my face and stuff.
Here we go. Here's me, clean shaven. Over here. I mean, it's a long time ago. With my mom, my grandma, and my brother.
Your brother looks like that. He looks like that wrestling photographer. I forgot his name. He used to be in a. He used to take photos for the Wrestling Observer. Well, no, Pro Wrestling
Dave
Illustrated.
Meltzer?
No, not Dave Meltzer. I forgot his name. But he used to take photos for Pro Wrestling Illustrated.
The guy we've had on the show? That Bill Apter?
Yeah, him. He looked like Bill Apter.
Really? I don't know about that. I'll try to find it. I know I've been shaving more recent than that.
We have that alternate picture that I made. That one's clean shaven.
That's pretty hot.
I thought I might get banned, but then you said it's hot, so I was like, okay, it's cool.
I was gonna save it to use later if you catch my drift.
I came up with the name Barbara Butterscotches. Yes.
I like it. I would use that name.
Like Bad Barbara Butterscotches.
Bad Barbara Butter. I have found one. It's not completely clean shaven. I have a little bit of stubble here, but I was trying to find it because most of those clean shaven ones is like, like 20 years ago or something. The hell? Come on, man. Have you ever gone the other way there, Bruce? Have you ever had a beard, or Vic? You ever have a big beard?
Never had a beard. Had a mustache
I could see that.
for a while, but
I actually had a. Ooh. Whoa.
You look like a convicted felon.
So you're saying don't do that?
Trying to be a badass there.
In a pink sweater.
Exactly.
Your appearance.
In fact, the from Facebook, the line is it possible to look badass in a pink hoodie? Clearly, I've proven yes.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot there's another pink item. So you never had a beard? Were you saying, Bruce? I'm sorry.
Well, I did, yeah. Like I had a girlfriend, and she liked guys with shaved heads and beards. So I grew a beard down to like here. It was pretty epic. My niece was like, "Yeah, I saw you one day, and you had this awesome beard." And then that gave me, because my niece said it was awesome, I grew it longer.
Well, next week I want you to grow your beard back. Can you grow? How long did it take you to grow?
Yeah, I could get a beard.
Really?
I'll do like a chin beard. I
Be
will
like
not do
ZZ
face.
Top next week.
It'll take a long time.
The mustache is new. For years, I always shaved the mustache off and just had the beard.
I'd shave like onto my jaw, and I'd just have like, I don't know, it's weird. I'll show you. I've been kind of mean to you.
You've been mean to me. Fucking pound that ass. Jack doing hard time. If you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia, better read the signs, obey law and order, being served hard times. All right. Let's get to back to these questions. Alexa wants to know. There's going to be a movie about Barney the dinosaur that is going to be created for kids and adults, as well as a reboot of the classic kiddie show Barney and Friends for next year. Are you intrigued?
no.
Nope.
I hate that show.
I've never watched it.
It seems they do like movies based off our childhoods. They make a Barney movie, a Winnie the Pooh movie.
The Winnie the Pooh was a horror movie.
Yeah, but they're making a Barbie movie. I hear you're going to watch that, Jack, with Annabelle.
No, I actually do not. I think that Barbie movie looks like the worst film ever made, but I agreed to go see it because Annabelle thought it'd be funny if we go to see it and we wear pink for the review. So I will do it for that, but other than that, it looks horrendous.
John Cena's in it.
In the Barbie movie?
Yep.
Doesn't make me... Are you pumped for Barbie?
I hope his jorts fell down and he doesn't have a penis like Ken. It's just like a bump. That'd be hilarious.
I'm going to put on all pink lights here. There, I got my Barbie lights on.
You should have like pink and purple lights just for the Barney dinosaur movie.
I used to babysit when Barney was big, when I was younger, and there's this one called Camp Wanna Run Around, and it's about like hyperactive kids. I'm like, oh my god. I went to the other room.
That's pink and purple. I don't know. I look kind of creepy here.
You just like the theme song, Bruce.
What is the theme song to what?
Of Barney and Friends.
It's like, I love you, you love... Yeah, I don't know. How the fuck does it go? Pardon my French.
I don't know. I've never seen. I know the song. I know a lot of theme songs and stuff. I really don't even watch. But I love you. You love me.
That's not the theme song, though.
It isn't.
No.
No, it's not. It's kind of like
similar.
a marching theme. Yeah. Well, it's not really similar. They sing
How's
that
the
song,
theme? You know a lot about this, Barney.
I used to watch it when I was a kid.
All right.
You know, I used to watch dozens of shows when I was a kid, including the naughty ones.
Including what?
No, the naughty ones, like Jerry
man.
Springer and Maury and Ricky Lake.
I don't know if I really call those naughty.
Blues Clues.
Now, my kids watched Blues Clues. They hated Barney, thank God. But they watched Blues Clues and watched Thomas the Tank Engine a lot.
Yeah, I'm too old for this stuff. I grew up watching, I don't know. There was what was the guy? Shit. He lived out on a houseboat and he drew. The hell was his name?
Captain Kangaroo.
No, that's before. I know who he was, but that's like before my day. He was Captain something though, I think. Mr. Rogers. Yeah, I watched Mr. Rogers when I was a kid. Mr. Rogers, Electric Company, Sesame Street. Then when I was a little older, not like real old, but a little bit older than that, would have been Fraggle Rock. I remember Fraggle Rock used to be on before I went to school.
My grandma's house.
I liked Fraggle Rock. Yeah, we had HBO pretty. Down in Fraggle Rock. I liked Fraggle Rock. Lamb Chop. Yeah,
I have a lamb chop puppet like right over there.
Put it up, Bruce.
Okay.
Put it up, Bruce.
Actually,
Bruce,
but one's in the other room. But here's lamb chop.
Oh, there.
Oh, very cool. Nice. I like it.
But yeah, that.
You hear that at FanFest?
Sing that song
Ultimo Dragon is going to be there.
Ooh, sing that song that never ends.
Ultimo Dragon. That's going to be pretty cool, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Especially if he had like 7 titles.
I'd rather see Jeff Hardy in GCW.
What? Some stumbling fucking heroin addict?
No, that was a headline. Jeff Hardy's going to be in GCW.
Okay.
On the same weekend.
Who gives a shit about that?
It's just
some
wrestling
guys
news.
stab each other in the ball sack.
No, that's XPW. See, I know the difference between.
Hey, Colleen, you
I
want to
know the-
wrestle?
I know the difference between violence and ultraviolet wrestling promotions.
So GCW is just violent, but
Like Hughes, Glass, but XPW takes it a little bit further.
all right. So which do you prefer? Do you prefer just people hitting with chairs and stuff, or do you want to see like a spike in the ball sack?
A little bit of both. I enjoy both. I enjoy all deathmatch wrestling.
All right. That's good. You got to like what you like. You know, some people like a 5-star classic. Some people like some mat wrestling. And some people like it when they stab each other in the balls with a pair of barbed wire covered scissors. To each your own. One's not, better than the other. It's what makes the world go round. Who in your mind is the best wrestler? Like, who gives the best spike to the balls? Like, you could argue who gives the best pile driver. Was it Paul Orndorff? Was it Jerry the King Lawler? Best DDT was at Arn Anderson, was the originator Jake the Snake Roberts. And then it's the age-old question, who gives the best spike to the ball sack?
It's not really spike to the
Was
ball
it hood
sack, it's spike
foot,
to
or
the
was
head.
it
It's a wrestler named Masada.
Masada, the king of
Yeah.
the spike to the ball sack?
He just like has barbecue skewers and just like stabs him in the foreheads.
Yeah, now I'm an old school deathmatch fan. You can listen to. I might give you a hard time times like that, but I not grew up, but I watched that stuff in the late '90s, early 2000s. I like the original XPW. I was a tape trader guy and the King of the Deathmatch tournament with Terry Funk and Mick Foley and some of that stuff. So it's not that I still today like every once in a while, a big bloodbath. I like a lot of the Moxley stuff. So I'm not saying I dislike any of the stuff, is my point. But I don't know about the skewers in the head.
Yeah. Yeah. That made me
He
kind of
does it.
ill.
Looks like a pineapple or something.
Or like Sonic the Hedgehog with all these blue spikes, but it's just like wooden barbecue skewers. Moxley used to take one of those recently.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm going to say something too. He said something in an interview, and I think people kind of took it a different direction, how he actually meant it, though. Because he said that every match has the potential for blood. He didn't say every match there should be blood. He said every match has the potential for blood. And that's true. Just like if you watch MMA or boxing, every fight has the potential for blood. It's not just the main events that someone might get hit and bleed. It could be any fight. So, the idea that any match can have blood, he's right. Do I think every match should have blood? No. But I understood what he was saying, that every match should have the potential for blood. And I'm not saying that I necessarily think that you should do blood in the opening match or anything. But how he was saying it does add realism to some degree if there is blood in a match it's not around a big feud. Because if this was all real, someone could just bleed in a match. So I get what he's saying. The problem is blood has always been really used in wrestling to add drama. So I get where he was going, but I still think you're probably better to keep it in the main events. Or if it's some kind of hardcore match, it's hard not to have it bloody. Like the Japanese match he had, and people they didn't like the stuff in it, if you're not a hardcore fan. But why would you really watch it in the first place if you're not a hardcore fan? I mean, that's what it was billed as. If you're going to build the match as a hardcore match, you should give people, what they expect they're going to see. If you don't like that kind of thing, you probably shouldn't watch it. Devin the Blood Hunter sucks. Yeah, that's Hannibal. I mean, I'm not saying like every death match is great. Yeah, and he spikes people, but he spikes people that weren't, didn't know it was coming. That's completely different. If you're working with another wrestler and you're going to do these spots, but he was spiking a referee that didn't know it, I think that's, completely different. I think Alexar will agree with me on that. You shouldn't be spiking people who don't know what the hell, that you're going to do it.
Yeah, I've seen interviews with that referee and stuff, and pictures of the wound and stuff. It was messed up.
All right.
I don't want to call anybody a dumbass, that Hannibal guy, but he's a dumbass.
Yeah, I try to, be nice since he's on the show, but I don't know about the dude. He always seems a little off, too.
Yeah, I watched a lot of his shows, and I watch Ryback stuff, too, just to watch it. give him a chance and stuff. But
Yeah, I actually used to be a Ryback fan in WWE. There was a time he was so over, I honestly thought he should have beat Punk at the time for the title. I remember he was so over, like the place shook. The crowd was so into him. And people might not know this, but if you were watching live at the time, he was like, there was a little bit of time. He was the most over guy in wrestling, like legit. And they didn't really capitalize on it. And I always thought they made a mistake. But now, since he's out of WWE, and I hear him, talking on the internet stuff, and I'm like, I see why. Sometimes you don't really realize until they're gone. You're like, oh, well, this is probably why, like, he didn't become bigger. Because if you're around that, you'd be like, we can't. Who the hell wants to have this guy's our top guy? He's fucking. Yeah, he's like a total loon.
I've watched like a video, and it'll be like a food challenge, and you think it'd be a fun one, like, oh, I'm gonna eat this thing and like really fast, but he's like eating and he's like and like sweating and just being totally serious, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh my god, like snot's coming out of his nose, and it's like, dude, you're like unwatchable. Then he starts talking. It's before he starts talking.
Yeah. Are you a big fan, Lexar?
Of who?
Of Ryback?
To be honest, I haven't seen any of his YouTube or Twitter online rampages, ramblings, or whatever. But I remember Intric got really upset of WWE for not pushing him the way he was supposed to be pushed. I remember when Ryback was, did his finishing move on Cena, and he was supposed to become WWE champion, but they squashed him. And Ryback and Intric got very upset on this show, I remember. And she was like, what are you doing, WWE? Ryback was supposed to be a star. And you squashed him to Cena.
But Mike B says nobody eats a sandwich in their car like Ryback.
Oh, yeah. That's sweet.
Can I challenge if I start doing more of these videos where I drink Mountain Dews and stuff? Will I rival Ryback?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna start doing these more often, Bruce.
He eats the sandwiches, you drink the dew.
There you go. I might eat a sandwich too. What do you think about that? I might eat a carrot stick. Well, maybe not a carrot stick, but something more exciting.
Like an octopus tentacle.
I do. I've had octopus. I'm not a huge fan because but I've heard if it's done properly, it's very good. When I had it, it was very chewy, and I've heard if it's done properly, it isn't, which is probably true because I grew up with eating a lot of squid because we used to go squidding. I live by the canal and we catch squid. Oh. And if it's not done properly, it too is very chewy. But if it is a calamari, if it's done properly, it is not. So I assume that they always say the same thing about octopus. So I probably just did not have it done very well.
I got all kinds of hot sauces and all kinds of weird stuff.
Colleen says, what about a taco? It is Taco Tuesday! Taco Tuesday! I got some hot sauce up here. This is actually Diablo Joe taco sauce. Official, without your head, Diablo Joe taco sauce. This is the official hot sauce of our movie reviewer, Diablo Joe. Pretty cool. I drank it on the show, some of it on the show one day. It's very hot. And he's like, well, what the hell did you drink it for? It's kind of stupid. I was like, yeah. Wasn't really thinking. All right, well, bring me a taco, Colleen. Whoa. All right.
Coupon for one free taco.
Damn.
At Taco John's.
I never heard of Taco John.
They actually copyrighted the phrase Taco Tuesday.
Really?
And lately they've been like Taco Bell, like a couple weeks ago, it's like LeBron James is trying to get the phrase Taco Tuesday like unmade from Taco John's. Anyway,
Interesting. Well, if they copyright it, they should get some pesos. Dan,
Yeah,
how
for
do you
sure.
catch squid? That's an interesting question. You go squidding with a reel, and my uncle used to make his own squid jigs, which he would make off the white tips off of magic markers. So you'd have the top of a magic marker, and then you would paint like different. You'd have a hook, a squid hook, a squid jig. The hook, it's like almost like a grappling hook. So it's got many hooks that go up like this, and then it would go on the bottom of the jig would be that with the white magic marker top, and then you paint like red and silver on there. We'd make those, and then you sometimes have a synchron, whatever. And then so you'd go. We used to do it at the canal, Cape Cod Canal. So you'd stand at the pier, and on a clear day, you see straight down the water, and on a clear night, you could see in the water. And there's times, as a little kid, it's very exciting. We saw a basking shark go through the canal once, jellyfish, and so anyway, you would do chum, but not like in Jaws where they throw out the blood and stuff. Like the chum for the squid, you'd actually want to make the noise, so you could throw out a little sand and it would make the noise. And then sometimes, if it's cloudy or it's not, you can't see. All the way down, you just have to throw the reel out, and you get a little bite, and you'd have to flip the jig like this to try to get the squid to come after it. And sometimes you could just catch them, or they'd bite it and you'd kill them up. So but on a clear night, sometimes the school of squid would come through, and so if you're looking down and the school's coming down, you could actually have the squid jig, look down, and you would try to. If they weren't going right after you, try to like boom and actually grab the squid. And then also, then you start pulling the squid in. And as a kid, like 10 or 12, it's cool when you pull the squid up and they start spraying the ink. And you're like, oh, that's cool, I'm getting ink on. Now I'd probably not be like, hell yeah, I got squid ink all over me. But at the time, it was cool. And you put the squid in a bucket, and out the canal, a raccoon would come by sometimes, and he'd look in the bucket, see what's happening. Every once in a while, he'd reach in and grab a squid, and be like, oh, all right, Mr. Raccoon, take your squid away. But, yeah, it was a good time. I haven't been in probably 30 years, probably more than 30 years, probably like 35 years. But my uncle that I used to go with is being passed away quite a while ago. But even then, I hadn't gone in a long time. But it was fun memories.
Yeah.
I would still do it. I think you need a license. I remember when I was a kid, I don't believe you needed a license to go squidding. And then at some point in time, you needed a license, because I think it was just a freshwater license, I think, at one point, and then later you needed the license to go in the canal. I think. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it went. I remember a couple times we caught skates, because so many things go through the canal, because, it connects the oceans. So, we use the canal for boats, but so don't the animals to go through there. And
it's
so
like a
we would...
bottleneck, kind of. So they all get filtered in, kind of.
Yeah, so they would go, it's just they go through so they could go from one end to the other without going all the way around the canal. And it would catch a skate, which if you know, a skate's it looks like a manta, a big
Stingray.
black, yeah. And that's like kind of scary and cool looking when you're a kid, a big skate. It probably would still be today, but.
I grew up in Mississippi on the Gulf Coast, so you'll like step on them. And they'll be flat. Scary.
You need a license for everything, yeah. I remember, like at the time you didn't. I know. I think you just needed license to fish in freshwater, like lakes and stuff. But I think you need it everywhere now. I know you even need a license around here to have a yard sale. When I was a kid, like you could just have a yard sale if you wanted.
Oh.
Then now you have to get a permit. All right. Where are we? By the way, this popped my hips. So I was thinking about yard sales and stuff. And in a way, eBay's not overtaking the yard sale because people still have them. But, eBay, in a way, like became like a yard sale for the world. If people don't know, I sell a lot of stuff on eBay. And over the years, when I first got on eBay in the year 2000, it was like the Wild West. Like you could take any form of payment. You could take cash. You could sell bootleg shit. You could sell anything you wanted on there. Yeah, they didn't care. And then over the years, like they did away. You couldn't take cash. You couldn't take. Even then, after a while, even frowned on money orders and checks. And for a lot of time, it was like PayPal only. And now they've gone away from PayPal. So anyway, all these things have changed over time. Also, a big thing that's changed is any protection for the sellers. So, you can no longer leave negative feedback for a seller, even if they cheat you or whatever. There's really no recourse if you get cheated by a buyer. Used to be if you didn't pay for an item, you get a non-paying bidder warning, and then you get a strike, and 3 strikes, you'd be gone. All that's gone. You can bid on whatever you want, not pay, not even contact the seller again. It doesn't matter. So today, someone bought something in the morning, and then so they bought it before I got up, and also before I got up, then they went to their bank and put in a claim saying they didn't receive the item. So they bought the item and immediately put in a claim saying they didn't receive the item. Now, how can eBay even allow that in the first place? Because obviously, you can't go to Amazon, buy something, and then say immediately, well, I didn't get it. Give me I want a full refund because I didn't receive it in 3 seconds. So obviously, it's impossible. So it shouldn't even be allowed. You should be given, a certain amount of time to even send it. So I went to, they give you no option for this. It's either you say that they didn't get it or you upload the tracking number. But there's no option to say it wasn't even sent yet. So I went to turn this person in, and again, they give you no option for what I needed. So I contacted eBay. They called me up on the phone, and I'm fine. All right, I'm not going to be a racist dude. The guy didn't speak English. Okay, that's fine. But it was no help whatsoever. And so eventually he told me, he was like, accept the claim. So give the refund. And then go send the item and upload the tracking number. And I was like, what? No. And he's like, oh, sir, go. I was like, no, I'm not going to send the guy a refund and then go send the item. And he's like, well, then you could upload the tracking number. I'm like, why would I send the item after he got his money back? That's just stupid. So I felt bad yelling at the guy, but I mean, it was like the dumbest advice I ever heard in my life. Why would I just say, okay, yeah, he's right. He didn't get the item. Here's your money back. Now I'm going to go send the item. Yeah. So I did the best I could. I refunded it. Didn't send it because that would be stupid. And then I turned him in, which probably got absolutely nowhere because even when I turned him in, it said he was misusing the return thing. It asked again to upload a tracking number. And I write it out. I write it all out clear as day. There is no tracking number because he put in a claim 2 seconds after he bought the item. It's only he'd be a dumbass if the guy buys it and then puts a claim saying he didn't get it and you went and sent it out. That's not wrestling related, but I'm pissed.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice. I just sold something on eBay for $50 that I got for $0.
That's good. Yeah, as long as they pay you, and then they don't. Yeah. Make sure you have a tracking. I mean, I send everything with a tracking number, but.
Yeah, like their payout thing changed too, to where.
Oh yeah, because now
payouts.
That's another thing. You have to send stuff out before you actually get the money.
And with mine, it has to be delivered, so I'd have to wait like 5 days.
Yeah, when I took a few years off of eBay and I started again last year, and so it took me a while to start getting paid at all because it was completely changed. So you get paid. I mean, you don't get paid. So if someone buys something, they send you the money. You don't get it. It's like in the ether somewhere. You got to go send it out of your own pocket. And then once they get it, yeah, then you get the money in like 5 days.
It's terrible.
And so I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" That's when I started selling the shirts, and some of them I was getting a lot of money for, and I was like, After if you're just sending a couple things, it's kind of nerve wracking. But after a while, then the money started. It's like, I'd be getting the money from the week before, so it was all right. And now actually I get the money fairly quick. I think it's just because I've been doing it for a while, probably.
But now you can link your debit card and just like...
Yeah, then you get... But the problem with that is you get it in 30 seconds, but they also take a percentage of it. So it's like, would I rather just wait a couple days to get it?
Yeah.
Because everything's like, another fee.
Yeah, I'm broke as hell, so I just took it.
All right. Where am I? This is eBay with Jackie Jones. But yeah, back in the day, I bought. I looked this up. Went and found it recently. So back in the day, I don't. I'm not an advocate for buying bootleg movies or stealing them off the internet, anything like that. But back in the day, that before House of a Thousand Corpses came out, there was a time people didn't know if the movie was even going to come out at all. So back in the Wild West days of eBay, I went and bought a bootleg VHS copy. No, it wasn't VHS. DVD copy of House of a Thousand Corpses because I didn't know it was even going to come out. It played like at a couple festivals or something. And so I bought it. And I got it. And then it was months later. I don't think a year. Maybe it might have been a year later or whatever. And then eventually had an actual release, theatrical release, and then they put on Blu-ray, DVD, and later Blu-ray. But so then I was watching the documentary about it recently, and there's a original cut that's like quite a bit longer, and it only played once. And then but you can't get it anywhere. And there's a rumor because they have some footage of it that they sold the bootleg version. I was like, I wonder if that's the one I have. So I was like, I don't know where it is because I have a lot of Blu-ray. I have a lot of DVDs and Blu-rays, and they're not in really particular any order. So I found it, but unfortunately, it's just the Blu-ray. It's just the DVD copy of the original cut, not the theatrical cut, not the original cut. So I do not have the whacked out uncut version of House of a Thousand Corpses.
That you could have sold for $100,000.
Exactly. This is the 20th anniversary of A House of a Thousand Corpses. And 10 years ago, I hosted the panel for the 10th anniversary. So time really flies by, people. Very weird. All right. So I was in my 30s then. Now I'm in my 40s. I was in my 20s when this show started. Soon I'll be old, feeble man.
Oh, not you, Jack.
Steven Simmons, it wasn't eBay, but it scammed last year. An item I purchased with PayPal. And when I didn't get any tracking info, I told PayPal to refund the payment. You're timeless. Yeah, my mom recently, it was $10,000. They called her and the number came up, her actual bank. It was a big mess. And then apparently they did the same thing to someone else's mom I know. And we saw in the news it happened a lot around this area. And I had actually called her when she was on the phone because it was going on so long. So I thought something was up. And so they reversed the 6,000 right away, and the 4,000 took a couple weeks, which was, But eventually she got it back. And then when I was on the phone, I was like, they called her from the number. It was the correct number. And they were like, yeah, they just get more advanced with this stuff. They can actually clone the number. And I was like, Jesus. They were like, we'll never actually call you and ask you for this info. So I told my mom, anytime someone calls, just don't answer it and wait for me and I'll call them up. But, she's in her 70s and this was done pretty, looked legit. It came from the right number and stuff. There's going to be a bar. This is Lexar. Let's see. Lexar wants the number again. Not the number, the link. Sorry if this is just a rambling mess of a show, but watch it and love it. I don't care. Let's see here. Lexar wants to know again about Barney. He just loves Barney.
The thing about Barney is, you go to Chuck E. Cheese and there's Chuck E. Cheese there and the kids start beating him up. That's the same thing you want to do with Barney. Just tear his head off, stomp on it.
Did Jack sell wrestling memorabilia on eBay? Yeah, actually, late last year into early this year, I was selling a lot of classic vintage wrestling tees. And a lot of them went for hundreds of dollars. One I sold for $500. I did not realize that old wrestling tees were worth so much. A lot of these were ones I tried to give away here on the show for super chats. I was like, send it $20, I'll send you this old wrestling shirt. And now I'm glad nobody did it. Colleen did, though. Colleen got herself a classic In Your Head shirt.
I've never been to a Chuck E. Cheese.
I've never been to one either. I also used to sell a lot of wrestling masks on there until I got a cease and desist letter by WWE. You're like, don't sell these masks. They weren't even WWE masks. They just think they own everything. They also sent me a cease and desist when I was selling XFL stuff. That one I fought and I won. I beat the WWE. What do you think about that? They're like, cease and desist selling this XFL merchandise. Like, why? I bought it. I can sell it.
Now I see a lot of WWE memorabilia and old T-shirts, old banners, old stuff on eBay. I don't think WWE send a cease and desist letter to stop.
No, eBay's getting a little more lax on a lot of that stuff, but I mean, if it's real stuff, you should be allowed to sell it. we've got the reptilian. You're gonna really get Tazo triggered. He said, "Holy shit, what's going on here?" Yeah. Victoria is a reptilian.
I like when they gored that guy's face out with its tongue, things
I have a long tongue, not quite reptilian long. Don't tell Tazo, he'll think I'm a reptile. Which T-shirt sold for $500? Well, so I didn't know at the time when I started selling these that they would go for so much. So I got, I think, $350 for a Rodman NWO shirt. That and Eddie Guerrero also went for quite a bit. Latino Heat Eddie Guerrero. I had LWO shirt, D'Lo Brown. A lot of Disco Inferno. Almost all of them went for the lowest anyone went for is $50, like Goldberg one, I think. But the $500 one was actually a bootleg shirt, which I didn't even put on originally because I didn't think people would want it or they would. So anyway, when I started selling, one guy reached out to me and was asking me what else I had. And so I was sending pictures of stuff I had. And one was a WrestleMania 14 bootleg shirt. So it had Shawn Michaels on one side, Stone Cold on one side, and then it had Mike Tyson in the middle. And it had the whole lineup on the back. It's a cool shirt. And I told the story. I remember buying it in the parking lot before the show or after the show. a guy was selling it out of a garbage bag, $10. And I thought it looked better actually than the legit shirts. I bought one. And I had not seen anyone do that for years. It used to be anytime you go to a concert or wrestling show, people would be selling bootleg shirts. Until last year, someone was doing it at the AEW show in Boston. And I was kind of happy that bootlegs have come back. So anyway, long story short, I was like, this one's not licensed or whatever. And he's like, oh, well, I'll give you like $300 for that. And I was like, really? And he's like, well, I'll actually give you $500 for it. I was like, okay. But I didn't want to go outside eBay rules, so I put it on eBay where he could just buy it for $500. And he was like, so he bought it. I was like, that's cool. And then other people saw it, and then I got people telling me like, dude, I would have give you $1,000. One guy said I would have give you $1,400. I was like, what the fuck? And the one guy's like, just cancel. The other one like, no, I made the deal. I'm not gonna go back on my word or whatever. I was happy to get $500 for an old shirt I would have thrown away. So then I did a lot of research since then just to see about vintage T-shirts and things to look out for, dry rot and stuff. Luckily, none of mine had any dry rot. But bootleg shirts actually are very valuable because a lot of the collectors like the bootlegs more than a lot of the licensed ones, especially like rap bootleg shirts, because a lot of the licensed shirts will just say like the rap name on them, but the bootlegs have like the giant photos of people and stuff, and that's what collectors want, which is completely opposite of what I know. Like Nash had always put out that no guys wants like a picture of another guy on their shirt because it makes you gay or whatever. But actually in the collecting world, that's actually what they want. They don't want just like Run DMC or Ice Cube or whatever. They want like these big, giant, gaudy photos and stuff on the shirt. So anyway, I did a lot of research just to see about these. Vintage has a lot of different meanings to some people, but a lot of people think anything 20 years or older. So, and especially 90s or 80s, or if you're lucky to have older stuff, any kind of music stuff, wrestling, sports, all that stuff. And then, even some other weird stuff, but that stuff, it can go for a lot of money. I didn't know it was such a big collectible world in vintage shirts.
Now, I've got a one that you autographed for me, the Hardy Boys.
Yeah.
In the 90s. I wonder how much that would go.
Probably good because I sold a different Hardy Boys. I think I either got 75 or 100 for a Hardy Boys shirt.
90s Hardy Boys shirt would go for a lot of money.
Okay, so if something ever happens to me, Jack, I'll send it and you can auction it off.
The autograph probably actually ruins the value of it, to be honest.
You can auction it off and use the money for the show. So if something ever happens to me.
Yeah, he did up. I was willing to sell it to him for $300. That was fine by me. I really almost just threw it away, but it was just these old shirts I had from the 90s, and they no longer, because they were all 2X. Most of my 90s stuff were 2X, some 3X, and then like newer stuff was 3X and 4X, and even some 5X stuff. But so I was really just selling it because it was too big for me. And then when I found out this stuff was worth a lot, it was weird. I have a lot of 2010 wrestling shirts, and actually a couple of them sold pretty good. Like I had a couple Eddie Guerrero ones after he died, like in memory of him. Those went well. A couple other ones, but the other ones I got like $10, between 10 and 24. But I mean, they were all stuff that didn't fit me anymore. It was like 3X and 4X shirts, so I was just selling to get rid of them. But the old stuff goes for quite a bit, and I was happy. I mean, $20 for a shirt I'm not going to wear again. That's fine with me.
I sold like a Briscoe Brothers one, like right when I started coming on here, for like $68. I bought it for $3 at a thrift store.
Yeah, I gotta check those. The thing is, up in Boston, I think people are already aware of the value of this stuff because Colleen might know the Garment District was used to be a really cool, really big 2-story thrift store in Boston, Cambridge. I think it's in Cambridge, and the last time I went, because you used to be able to go there and get like old band shirt stuff for $3-4, And now like the cheap, even old worn out shit is like $50 and up at the thrift store. So I think they're aware of the value of this stuff. It's very weird. I didn't know it was such a big deal. So I got into it, started watching videos about it like on YouTube. It is interesting.
Once the wrestling shirts go up in value, just start collecting like embroidered butterfly shirts. Just like, those are gonna be cheap, so you can get those cheap.
I have a Claudio Castagnoli Ring of Honor shirt. I don't know if I put it on eBay yet, but it's from Ring of Honor, but before he went to WWF. So it's like the mid. I don't know what year that was. 2012, 2013, something like that.
I'm sure that's rare.
Yeah, Colleen, no way. Yeah, been there forever. It's sad. I remember getting good. Annabelle and I used to go, and you could get cool stuff really cheap, but not anymore. It's very expensive. Honestly, you get stuff cheaper going to Marshalls or TJ Maxx or something. Let's see here. On the series final episodes of AEW All Access, Adam Cole said that all the greatest ideas and thoughts come from using the bathroom. Do you agree? Is that where do you get your best thoughts? Is it when you're taking a dump on the toilet?
No, it's when I shower.
Really?
Mm-hmm. All the good ideas of future career goals that probably will never have, all these thoughts and like future lap dances ideas.
Is that why they call them pipe dreams? Because they like go down.
Oh, they go down the interest. Yeah. Then you you start lathering up the old wing wang and
Get it stuck in the shampoo bottle.
Nice wash rag, shower rag.
Mm-hmm. Colleen says in her dreams for her. Probably when I'm walking, actually, because not to get too deep here, but so 48 months ago or so I stopped drinking and taking any painkillers, and when I started to walk to get healthier, and also when I start to walk, I kind of get in a zone, and it's sort of the same feeling as having like a light buzz or something, because I'm in my own head, like a clear head, and it's a very similar thing. And so when I'm walking a lot, sometimes I start to think of movie ideas and scripts and stuff. So probably walking is when a lot of my ideas come to me. Let's see here. Would you eat flaming hot Cheetos or drink milk of magnesia? I mean, yeah, there's no problem with either one. There's my only problem with the flaming hot Cheetos is the carbs. I try to stay away from carbs, but the heat doesn't bother me.
Does milk of magnesia make you poop or like?
Yeah, I think that makes you poop, right? Pepto-Bismol stops you. And I know you guys are really interested in this, Lexar, but so years ago, I had part of my I had 14 inches of my colon removed, and I had a colostomy bag for a while. Then I had that reversed, so I no longer have the colostomy bag, and they reconnected my intestines and my butthole, so then I could poop again.
I'm looking at Lexar's face when you say this.
And so the first time so there was months where there was no connection there, and so the first time I passed gas was like, well, it was a good feeling, and so the doctor told me now it's like you've got like the colon of like a child, or not a child, but like a young man. And then I changed my diet, a lot of vegetables, Brussels sprouts, and stuff. So the point of all this is, I'm very regular, so I don't ever need to take anything to go to the bathroom, nor do I have to take anything because I'm going to the bathroom too much. is what I'm saying. So I have a very regular poop. Bowel movements are good here. Also, for a side effect, I do fart a lot, which Jason Mitten was not too happy when we used to share hotel rooms. But so I don't need the milk and magnesia. Is the point?
Colon of a 15-year-old.
Exactly. So the poop's just, but it's not like it's coming out like it's a problem. It's just very regular. I don't know if you know this, but when you have a colostomy bag, you still do pass gas. It's just that it doesn't come out, through the butt. So you have the bag here, and you have actually part of your intestine is stuck out the stoma, and that's it's kind of weird because it's like a bright red part sticking right out of you a little bit, and then you have the bag over that, and so you'd have to what they would call burp your bag every once in a while. So you'd have to let the gas out of it. And so it would puff up. And I remember one time I was in the car with Annabelle, and I was like, I need to, and she was like, well, do it. Let's pull over. And I was like, we were driving, and the window's down. I was like, I don't want to. And as soon as I went to do that, we got to a red light. And whoops. And as the doctor told me, this is a little different than the gas that comes out of you, because in his words, it would be spicier because it has just been digested and not gone up. And I don't know what I don't want to eat. The point is, I don't want to eat the spices that this guy thinks is spicy because it's not good. So there you go.
Inshallah, that story because it's all about poop.
There you go. And it's good to have some humor about this stuff, or else you just get depressed. But everything's going good now. How often do you change your bed sheets? Every 10 years or so. Sell them on OnlyFans. Jack soiled bed sheets. You clone me, get all the DNA off them.
Nice.
I like that the dartboard shows up just every once in a while.
Yeah.
A virgin butthole. That's another thing, Pepe. So when I first had the I had emergency surgery to save my life because I was dying, and I woke up with the colostomy bag. And one of the things the surgeon told me was I can no longer, no, this was right after the reverse. No, this was then. This was right after that. And he told me I cannot receive sodomy. Basically telling I can't get porked in the butthole. But they can't just tell you that. They can't be like, "Hey, sir, you can't get reamed in the ass while you're disconnected in here," because they might break through and he just you can very matter of factly just going over these things, and you can't receive sodomy. And I was like, what the fuck? There goes my weekend. Let's see. Oh, then one of the other women, when she was telling me all stuff, and it was I couldn't cliff dive, I couldn't bullfight, and I was just like, what the fuck do you think I'm doing?
Wrestle.
Yeah, don't put the horn up your ass either.
Don't do a moonflow.
Colleen says she changes her bed sheets every other night because she dreams of Jackie Jones. No. She says change them every other night. I love the feeling of fresh sheets. I buy new ones twice a year.
I have a throw that I throw on top of my bed, and I use a sleeping bag, and I don't have sheets or.
No, really? What? Whatever makes you comfortable.
No, I wash that whenever.
I just put rubber sheets. So just, then I bring in a hose and I just hose it off after a while. Hose it down. Is it okay to go to a movie theater to watch a movie on a weeknight? What the fuck kind of question is this? Why wouldn't it be okay?
Just asking.
It's fine to go to the movies anytime. Anytime you want. You're a grown man. You have free will. If you want to go to the movies, not on a Tuesday night because then your head's up, but if you want to go on a Wednesday matinee, if you want to go Saturday night, if you want to go Sunday afternoon, if you want to go Thursday at 4 o'clock, you do it. Do whatever you want. There's no reason. There's no laws.
Speaking of matinees, in my local news, they are promoting a matinee in AMC and AMC theaters where you can watch Barbie and the other movie that you
Oppenheimer?
Yeah, Oppenheimer.
What a weird double feature.
A double feature.
I much rather want to see Oppenheimer, but I'll see the stupid ass Barbie for the laughs.
There's a movie theater right across the street from me. It's awesome.
Cool. I don't really have one close to me. That's why I go up to Boston a lot and go see movies. I do think it would be fun to go see the AEW pay-per-views or in the movie theater. I do think that would be fun to go see with a bunch of people in the big screen.
I wish they did that around here.
Yeah, I've never done one, but they do it. I think it'd be fun. I don't know how much it is. If it's the same as a movie, it's quite a deal because it's like $50 on pay-per-view. If Jack won over 17 grand jackpot, how would you spend it? So I went to Encore Sunday, and I was playing. They had a lot of new slots, and I was playing this one, and so I got the bonus screen, and so if you fill up the whole thing, you get the grand jackpot, which at the time was 17,000 something. And, I mean, you normally don't even get close. But it filled up the whole thing. It had one spot left, and I still had 2 spins to go. And I was like, holy shit. So that was very exciting. I didn't get it. But that was exciting watching that boom. And then it went again. But if I would have filled up one more coin, I would have won 17 grand. Instead, I won $250, which I was still very happy about. But there's a big difference between $250 and 17,000.
Yeah.
But it was still fun. I saw WrestleMania 4 on pay-per-view. Yeah, I did too. I saw all WrestleManias from 2 on pay-per-view. Closed circuit. I mean, that's what they used to call it back in the day. I guess really technically the same thing, but I don't think they call it anymore. But they do that. The AMC theaters, not all of them, but they show the AEW pay-per-views, which I just think would be fun to do. They do some weird stuff like that once in a while. I know we saw, it wasn't AMC though, but we went to see, it was the final Monty Python performance, and that was simulcasted. How you say that? It was in England, but they actually showed it in theaters around here. That was really fun. So how would I have spent the money? I probably wouldn't have done anything foolish. To give you a real answer, I probably would have kept it and saved it for some trips. I'd like to go to England later this year. I'll probably end up going next year because I'm going to be going to LA for something and then maybe Virginia for something. Unfortunately, Geraldine, I don't think I'm going to make Buffalo because it's the same month I'll be going to LA and it'll just be too much traveling all at the same time. But I was going to go to Buffalo because our movie will be playing at Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival. It's a very long name. Colleen was there. What would I have done with them? Yeah, I probably would have saved it for some trips. I'm a boring guy. What would you have done with? You would have got the greatest lap dance of your life. You would have went in there and you said, "What do I get for $17,000?"
I want to go for $70,000 for one strip club. I would spend money for WrestleMania trips, new clothes,
new white T-shirts.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably still look over eBay to buy wrestling memorabilia. Mm-hmm.
I have
then I will go to strip club.
I have a real WWF from the 90s or late 80s. I think it's the early 90s. Turnbuckle. It's a blue turnbuckle. You know that they used to have the blue turnbuckles. I bought it for Jai because he didn't have a credit card or whatever, and he was going to pay me, but he never paid me, so I kept it. But I still have it if you want to buy that.
I have dozens of turnbuckle pads, but it's from...
Yeah, but this is a WWF one an actual WWF one from the 90s. So you're going to buy stupid bullshit that you throw on your floor, but you don't want a WWF turnbuckle?
It's indies.
You don't want a WWF turnbuckle.
GCW.
Yeah, and you got all this trash laying on it.
It's my socks. Socks are not trash.
Yeah, but you probably are they jizz socks? Are they one you do the dirty in?
Socks.
Yeah, jizz socks.
I don't use socks for jizzing.
I'm loving the show. In your for life, simply ravishing. Ow! Has Jack beat Incher's ass? Of course, I pounded Incher's ass. Booyah! Ha! I pounded his ass every night. We used to share hotels at FanFest. Oh, you meant at the game. Has Jack beat Incher's ass in AEW Fight Forever yet? I've not played it. You know why? I went to buy it. I don't mind paying $60 for the game, but when I saw you had to go download fucking Matt Hardy for another $5, FTR for another $13, I'm not buying this game, and then I got to download the whole roster for another $200. I'm an old man. I'm back in my day. You bought Dig Dug, and that was it. You didn't have to go download, other players. You went and you bought pro wrestling. Yeah. I didn't have to go then download Piranha Man. He's with the game. If you're not going to the bunny ranch with that money, you're not living right. I'm not doing it. Look, anyone is free to do what they want. I'm not saying not to do whatever you please, but the idea of paying for some hoo-ha, not for me. I'll go to the bunny ranch or take one of those fine ladies out to the malt shop. But no, I'm not going to the bunny ranch. So I was 24 years old. I went out to Vegas for the first time. This was right after I got on the internet, and I was talking to this girl on the internet, and I went and met her out in Vegas. And so when I was gonna go meet her for the first time at Slots of Fun, so I was taking the taxi. This is way before Uber, so I was taking the taxi down there. And the taxi driver's like, "Hey, buddy, you know who that is?" And it was this older woman walking down the street. I don't know. Like I forget what he said her name was. The oldest prostitute, the oldest hooker on the strip. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And it was like the 70-year-old woman. And he's like, "But none of that for you here, buddy. That's illegal here. But I'll take you where it's legal." I was like, "No, just take me. It's lots of fun." But he was all about taking me to some ranch. I was gonna say a whorehouse, but that's not very nice. So I went to Slots of Fun, and she was drunk off her ass, and it was like 11 a.m. And so we met at the bar. At this time, this was actually, so I was straight. I was Yeah, I didn't drink or anything at that time, and now I don't either now. But at that time, I didn't drink either. I wasn't what they call. I wasn't like against it. I just didn't do it. And so she bought me shots of something. And so she was there with her friend, because I think she brought a friend in case I was like some kind of, killer or something. And she was just so drunk. And then that's when I had my long hair and I had a ponytail, and I was wearing a Tigger. It was either Tigger or Eeyore hair scrunchie. And she's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Oh, my niece sent me this from or my cousin sent me this from Disney World." And I was like, "It's Eeyore." I think it was Tigger. And she's like, "I never saw a man wear it." I was like, "What the fuck?" And she's like, "You want to go to some bar tonight? Not in Vegas. It's in Vegas, but it's out where," she's like, "where all the Mexicans are. But you can't wear that because they'll like beat your ass." I'm like, "No, I don't want to go to that. It doesn't sound. I don't want to go somewhere I'm gonna get my ass beat for wearing a hair scrunchie." And then I remember her friend got really mad because she was hitting on this guy at the bar. And the guy bought me a pina colada because she was not this guy's type, if you catch my drift. Which became a running theme in my life at bars. The guys would buy me drinks, which that's fine.
I know about that too. Guys buy me drinks.
Yeah. Jonathan Jackson, the first time he listened to the show, I told a story. It was Annabelle and I went to a club on, it's a Boston club. What is it called? But anyway, we went to a club on New Year's, and this guy bought me a beer at the bar, and I didn't think anything of it. Ricardo, he was a very, very handsome Latino man, and he could have done way better. So it was very flattering. But he bought me a beer, and then he's like, "So it's your choice. It's your choice, man. It's up to you." I was like, "What are you talking about?" "No, I go back to my place. We fuck." I was like, "Whoa, no. I'm with her." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man." But so anyway, I don't know why I'm telling the story, because Vegas came up. So I didn't go out to the Latino part of Vegas where she said they probably wouldn't even care if I wore. Jesus, I'm sure they didn't give a shit. But I don't want to go somewhere like someone's gonna beat the hell out of me just because I have a hair scrunchie. But then we met, I think, the next day when she was more sober, and I remember we went out to eat, and I'll never forget this. She ordered a BLT with no tomato, no mayonnaise, and no bacon. I was like, "That's a lettuce sandwich." So she paid however much it was to buy a lettuce sandwich. Or I paid how much, whatever it was.
That's basically toast with a piece of lettuce.
Yes, yeah. And so anyway, long story short, I was there for a week or whatever. The last day we were there, she's like, I won't remember the name. I'm just going to say Steve, but it wasn't Steve. Whoever she said, Nick, Steve, whatever. It was a real common name. Now he won't ask where I am every night. He's like, who's that? Who's Steve? Like my husband. I was like, what the hell? So, yeah, I didn't know she was married until the last night.
So you never offered to have sex with her?
Yeah, not at her house. We were you missed the whole point of this. We were there for a week at my. I was staying at the hotel in the casino, and she would go home after a while. Now she wouldn't. Her husband, which I didn't know she's married, wouldn't be asking, "Why are you out all night?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a friend, and it was a girl, and like I was coming into the house, and her boyfriend was like, "Who the hell is Bruce?" And I kind of like turned around and kind of walked out of the door. I was like, it's like when people use your name as a dirty word, you got some problems.
Right. Like, a lot of this is not necessarily, but sometimes when people ask me how you spell Neil, is it E-A or I-E? or E-I-E, and I would just say, no, it's with a silent K. It's my go-to joke. It's hilarious. Let's see. Gogo 13. I'd love to watch a live stream of Jack vs. Incher and AEW Fight Forever. Jack would win the first match and retire the Indian champion, and Incher would shoot his TV. That's probably very accurate. It's called fashion, sweetie. Look it up. Hell yeah. Or did you call me sweaty? Am I sweaty? No, I don't think I'm very sweaty. The gay community. Call back to classic in your head. AJ Styles. Why does everyone think you are gay? I think I'm just so damn sexy that I appeal to both men and women. But I mean, it doesn't bother me. They wanted to be dead ass, maybe. Yeah, this is when I came to the conclusion. As people know, I've talked a lot about on the show for years about the gay hanky code. If people don't know, it's a code, which I do carry. I don't have one on here, but I normally carry a hanky with me. Not for this reason, but so a gay hanky code, different colors signify what you're into, and then the different pocket signifies if you're a top or bottom or whatever. So for you, I never thought too much. I found it fascinating, but at that point, it did make me think. You know what? Now I see why the gay hanky code is genius and could be used throughout the world, not just for gay dudes. Because what if he was a very handsome Latino man. What if I looked down and like his hanky code was like he liked to cuddle, or he wanted to he liked to go down, and it's like, well, maybe. But if you look down and he's wanting to fist me or something, like, whoa, buddy, no, I'm out of here. So I could see how the hanky code has its benefits. Bruce can back me up on this.
Yeah.
Oh, John, a weird
I'm
lettuce.
thinking like pink gloves. That's what they call it. I don't know. Yeah.
After a first date, a guy stole my socks and sent me photos of them in an unfortunate place. That was Lexar. He's got him down on his floor on his GCW canvas. Those are those socks you stole from Geraldine.
I didn't steal from Colleen either.
I'm just kidding. Patrick Howe says, "Hello, Colleen the Conqueror."
Patrick Hollis.
Who is this guy?
Do I not exist? You exist, Patrick. You're a good man.
We should put a picture of him. I want to know.
I don't know what he looks like.
He's even hornier than me.
Me too.
Yeah.
I
Lexar.
talk about
He's
that
hornier
thing.
than Lexar.
Dang.
What?
Would you fight somebody if they said they were hornier than you? You'd be like, boom, put up the dukes. We'll see who's the horniest.
No, because there's always somebody more hornier and dirtier than both of us combined.
Whoa.
Ric Flair.
Woo!
Hugh Hefner.
He's dead.
Yeah, but if you watch the first season of The Secrets of Playboy, you find out all dirty stuff about him. Did you know that he used to film celebrities like Bill Cosby having sex with playmates in his bedroom while he filmed it?
Whoa! Hot damn!
Oh my God.
Did you watch any? Did you get to see any of the Bill Cosby pudding pop?
No, it was a documentary. They talked about it, and he used to like have sex.
Were they drugged up? Were the women drugged?
Yeah, when they
What the
drugged
hell?
up and like Hugh.
Well, no,
Hefner-
friggin' Hugh Hefner's a criminal.
Yeah, exactly. He raped all those girls and he like videotaped it. But once he's dead,
Jeez, I don't think this is
Now
good
they show it on
stuff.
HBO.
he wrote a letter to his secretary to destroy all the tapes.
Jeez. Well, this shouldn't be an idol of yours, Lexar. You don't want to be going down that road.
Everybody's idolizing Hugh Hefner.
No, I don't think filming women being raped is something you should be proud of or strive to do, Lexar.
I want to get a smoking jacket like him though.
Yeah, I like the Invisible
the
Man.
velvet and like satin, like with the pockets.
Now he wears silk pajamas though. I like silk pajamas.
A bench of angry people fighting. They were kung fu fighting. Ha! Those suckers were fast as lightning. Ha! But got a little bit frightening because they fought with expert timing. Yeah! You can hear my version of that on YouTube first.
Nice.
Is it banned?
I can't play it on here, I'm sure. Last time I played my own creation, it got flagged. I had to edit it out of the show. I played Give Me That Fat Ass on the show, and it got, I was like, what the hell? So I'm sure if I played that, it'll get flagged, unfortunately, or else I'd play it. All right. So we do have Mr. Stevie on the line. Steven from Toronto! Yeah! Anything on your mind before we get to the Raw report?
Well, tuned in to Collision to watch Punk versus Joe 4.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Really enjoyed that.
I thought that was one of the best AEW shows. The whole show.
The tag team match is FTR versus Juice and Jay White. Great.
Yeah, I thought really that whole the matches were great on that show. I thought they did a good job with the videos. Like they made everything seem important. I just thought that was a really great show all around, and they progressed storylines. I thought that was one of the best, probably the best Collision, but I thought it was one of the best episodes of AEW TV.
And I like the fact that it was just Joe versus Punk with no overbooking, no outside interference.
Yeah, it was great.
Just one.
And they did a good job making it telling you about the last couple weeks why it was important. Because it's a lot of things that I've talked about, like I'm an AEW fan, but stuff like you can't just assume everyone knows the history of everybody, and they're starting, especially on Collision, but on both shows, they do the more video package, and they also tell you, both guys are saying like, he's never beaten Joe, and I like all that stuff. And his promo at the beginning put over everything, Punk. It put over the match, it put over Joe, put over the other match between Hobbs and Starks. It put over Owen Hart in the tournament. Like it was, that was a really solid show all around.
Yeah,
it made me excited for the tournament. I think they did a better job putting over the tournament than the company has.
So with Starks versus Punk, think it's a lot that it's Punk, or do you think Starks will pull out an upset?
I actually really think it's going to be Starks, honestly. When he won, I actually thought we were going to see the upset and Joe win, since it would be heel versus face, which I thought would have been interesting because then you could have continued the Punk's never beat Joe. But I was glad that they ended the show the way they did because we're going to see more Joe Punk, which I'm happy about. I'd like to see these guys wrestle more. That would be great. Big pay-per-view match or continued on Collision or whatever. And I like that Collision has its own core of guys that you see every week. That's another thing I've talked about with AEW is like a lot of the guys you'd see one week and then you wouldn't see for like weeks and stuff. But if you have a core group of guys, when you watch Collision, it's Punk and Starks and Hobbs and FTR and the Bullet Club Gold and Miro and Andrade and the House of Black and then some other people here and there. But that's like the core guys. And I think that's important. For a continuing show every week is like you have a core group of people that you see every week. Even if they don't wrestle every week, they're involved some way every week. And I think that's important. But because the week before was not, I thought the third week of Collision wasn't a good show. But it wasn't like a horrible show or anything. I just thought it wasn't particularly good. But this one I thought was really good. And I like that we're going to continue CFTR versus Bullet Club Gold. That was a good use because when they do the non-title match, it happens a lot in WWE over the years. When they would do non-title match and a guy would beat the champion or a tag team would beat the champions, it would lead to nothing, and that just makes no sense. Back in the day when they did non-title match, it meant if you beat the champions, then you got a title shot. And that's what this was. So that makes sense, and I'm fine with that. When people just beat champions and it leads nowhere, it never makes any sense. Why would you even do that?
Oh, yeah.
And the commentary team's a big plus on Collision. I think Kevin Kelly and
Nigel
are great together. Someone who's followed like these guys, I really like that Nigel is there because he was in that whole group of guys that wrestled in Ring of Honor and on the Indies. But unfortunately, he never got the shot, and then his health, he never got the shot to be showcased. He never had the platform to be on TV like Bryan Danielson and Punk, and really Samoa Joe, even though it was on. He didn't get the level as the other two guys, but it's nice to see him in that mix, even if he's not wrestling. I know he did an interview where they teased he might come back out of retirement to fight Bryan Danielson at some point, which now with the injury probably wouldn't happen anytime soon. But if that would happen someday, that would be awesome. But it still makes me happy that he's there anyway. He's part of that. And I feel the same way about Chris Hero. Apparently is backstage working as a producer because he's also a guy that was part of that. And even if he's not going to be an active guy, I think that's a guy who deserves some kind of position in wrestling because he's a guy who gave his body and was part of that whole group, but just never got the chance anywhere. So yeah, I really like the show a lot. All right, so you want to do the Raw report? I'll play the song.
Oh, okay.
But I agree with you. It's really I really like that whole show.
Wait a minute.
After our 2 hours, 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history.
Raw report.
Boom! Raw report.
And this week, Raw Monday Night Raw comes from Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo! Was Geraldine there?
Yeah, she should. Is she in the chat? She at least.
Yeah, I don't think she is.
Went. But this week, Raw kicks off with Finn Balor. We get a lot of Judgment Day this week. A lot of Rhea Ripley. But Finn Balor is pacing in the ring, and he's got something to say. But before he can say too much, because he wants Damian Priest, he wants to confront Damian Priest, but unfortunately, the Judgment Day's music hits. It's now Rhea Ripley and Dirty Dominic Mysterio.
Hell yeah.
I think he's taking Dutch Mantel's nickname.
I honestly like the nickname.
Yeah. So,
I never thought I'd be a fan of him at all, but he deserves a lot of credit because he got his foot in the door because he's Rey Mysterio's son. I was not into him at all. I can't say like he was like a bad wrestler. He's fine, but like you'd see him and you're like, oh my god. And then the heel run, I didn't even think that worked. But once they did the him going to prison and then running with that, even you spend that stuff's gold. And so they did a right thing with him, and give him credit to really improve and become a great heel character. So kudos to Dominic Mysterio, and I like Dirty Dom. I think it's a fun nickname.
Mm-hmm. So Finn Balor basically says that well, he hasn't got a problem with Dirty Dom and Rhea Ripley, but Damian Priest cost him the world title, and so he's got a problem with him. But Rhea Ripley will have none of it. She says, "Let's go to the back and deal with our business backstage and not in front." I think basically, yeah, Rhea Ripley took charge, and Finn Balor just kind of slumped away out of the ring and walked to the back. And Rhea Ripley and Dominic stayed in the ring, and it looks like we're going to get a rematch. Well, at first, it looked like we were going to get a rematch of Dirty Dom versus Seth freaking Rollins. But we'll get to that. But Rollins comes out, and I think Dominic. What did Dominic do here? Says
Dom the Piper's son.
Yeah, he wants to see Judgment Day implode. Rollins says this. He wants to see Judgment Day implode, but unfortunately, but when Dominic tries to talk to the Buffalo crowd, just boos him unmercilessly. But Dominic, I think Rollins had a few things to say, but again, oh yeah, Rollins came out eating buffalo wings.
Hell yeah!
He was putting over buffalo wings. Who came out next? Drew McIntyre came out for his first match on Raw since I guess he's resigned, or he's working out his contract. I don't know, but I don't know what his status is, but he's back on Raw, and we did have that backstage segment after the commercial break with Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley and Dirty Dom. Again, Rhea Ripley is trying to take control of the whole Judgment Day. So we'll get back to that. Next up, we got the first match of the night was a tag team match of Drew McIntyre and Matt Riddle versus Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci. With
Ludwig.
Side.
I'd like to change my name to Ludwig.
Ludwig. Anyway, believe me, I think it's just a matter. I'm hoping it's a matter of time before Drew McIntyre just turns on Riddle and beats the crap out of him, because this is, unless Randy Orton comes back, I don't know, like Drew McIntyre is just being wasted with Matt Riddle. So anyway,
I thought he was leaving.
They easily took care of Imperium, and it looks like Giovanni Vinci is he's on the outs with Gunther, because I think he took the pin. Yeah, McIntyre hit the kick, Claymore, and pinned Ludwig. Pinned Giovanni Vinci, and Gunther is not pleased. After the match, Gunther was not pleased. So we get a second. This is the Raw has hardly begun, and we get another backstage segment with the Judgment Day. With Finn Balor saying that he'd have, again, he's saying he'd be the world heavyweight champion if it wasn't for Damian Priest, and Rhea Ripley still trying to calm him down. He's saying that I think Damian was there this time. He says, "You're Rhea Ripley saying, well, you guys are acting like children," and really, Finn Balor kind of was. Sulking and complaining, and he kind of was acting like a child. Anyway, Priest basically says, "Oh, you got a problem with Rollins, take care of it. I still got the briefcase." So, I don't know whether, believe me, this could go in many directions for, I guess, SummerSlam. Uh, it was really suggesting that Damian Priest was going to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase on Rollins or Finn Balor if he eventually beats Rollins. So this could go in various directions. I didn't watch SmackDown, so I didn't watch this Tribal Court segment on Friday. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I heard it did like amazing quarter-hour ratings. Like it was like the best in years.
Well, maybe I should go back and try.
Yeah, I've not watched it myself, but I've heard it did really well. I don't really care about ratings, but I guess it did like way bigger than anything has in forever. So that's I should. It does make me interested to check it out.
Yeah, they announced that they're bringing back Fastlane as a
Hell yeah! I've been clamoring for the return of Fastlane.
October. It's in October in Indianapolis.
Like, there's certain pay-per-views that do have like Halloween Havoc. You could bring. There's like stuff that has a cool name and like people remember, or King of the Ring or some. But like honestly, there's nothing wrong with Fastlane. But is there seriously anyone in the world that's like, man, why can't they bring back Fastlane? Like it's just this totally generic name. You'd be better off just making something new, wouldn't you?
So what happened? What happened to Kathy Kelly? Does anybody know what happened to her? She's no longer the backstage announcer. A woman named Jackie is the backstage announcer now on Raw, apparently. And returning to TV are the undisputed tag champs Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Really, they were, I don't know, like, this was just kind of like a nothing promo between these two. The only thing of substance about it was that Rhea Ripley yet again interrupted them, along with Dominic. So I think that was the only point of this segment was for Rhea Ripley to get even more television time. So basically, she says that any combination of the Judgment Day could beat them for the tag titles. So considering that Rollins and Zayn beat the Usos, they need some new opponents. And
wasn't one of the Usos? Isn't he going for the world title?
Like I said, I didn't watch SmackDown, so it certainly looks like one of the Usos is gonna probably be Roman's next opponent.
I have Kathy Kelly. Dirt, you want to hear it?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Kelly returned to WWE in 2022, effortlessly sliding back into conducting interviews on Monday nights before moving to the Blue brand in June of 2023. So she's on SmackDown.
Oh.
According to WWE.com.
Well, I have to watch some SmackDown then. Anyway, we got a woman named Jackie on the show now. Okay. So we get another match. We get Seth Rollins versus Dirty Dom in a return match. This didn't last very long because Rhea Ripley distracted Seth Rollins, allowing Dirty Dom to attack Seth Rollins. And the battle goes over the barricade into the crowd, and that's when Finn Balor and Damian Priest attack Rollins. So it's basically a 3-on-1 assault with Dirty Dom, making the save are Owens and Zayn, and basically it sets up a main event, 6-man tag, which we get a lot of these in WWE recently. A lot of 6-man tags that arise out of various brawls and all of that. So here's yet another one. Okay. So making his return to WWE Monday Night Raw was Logan Paul. And let's just say he didn't get quite
Bruce's hero.
um,
Bruce has a back tattoo of Logan Paul.
Yeah, his dick. Sorry.
So Ricochet makes his way to the ring. He's
Just real quick, I don't want to interrupt you, but Logan Paul thing. So like, I'll agree. Like he's for a guy that's got no, hasn't trained really, whatever. He's very talented. But the thing is, like, I still don't care at all about him because I have no idea who he is beforehand, and like just the idea of a celebrity in wrestling does not like interest me unless I knew him beforehand I don't find him entertaining. Now that I'm not saying he's not doesn't do a good job and put his all in, he does, but so doesn't like most people though in wrestling. There's not like a whole bunch of guys that just suck today. So like a lot of guys, and if guys were given the shots they could do the same thing, especially when you only have to wrestle twice a year or whatever. RVD always said this about Shane McMahon. If RVD didn't have to wrestle, 5 times a week back in his prime, he could do all those dives that Shane McMahon did. But Shane did those things, and then he didn't have to wrestle again for the next year or 6 months or something. The same thing with Logan Paul, like that first pay-per-view. He like really had injuries and stuff. But he could do that and take time off. I'm not saying that doesn't show integrity or balls or anything like that. But another wrestler can't do that because they got to wrestle the next night on Raw and then got to do house shows. So, I mean, you get special treatment. I get why he's a name I guess people are into. But for me personally, I don't really have any interest in the guy.
So Ricochet cuts a promo, and he says he wants to be the highlight of the night, but he's here for one person in particular, Logan Paul. And as soon as he mentions Logan Paul's name, the crowd boos, and Ricochet basically says, "Yeah, I feel the same way." So he says, he puts over Logan Paul, but he says, you jumped me at Money in the Bank. And so basically Ricochet calls out Logan Paul. Logan Paul comes out for a face-to-face confrontation. And this guy really does come across as like a geek. I'm just whenever he gets on the mic and starts talking, it is kind of like you're a geek. So and even he says Ricochet looks like a little boy. He says he wants to make it quick because he wants to get out of this crap city, Buffalo. Says Ricochet is a human highlight reel. And trying to put over Ricochet, but and when he says when I get in the ring with you, it's fireworks, so on and so forth and so on and so forth. But basically, Ricochet and Logan Paul get into it. Perfect mid. I mean, Logan Paul, he goes from the main event against Roman Reigns to mid card with Ricochet. That's fine. Put him down in that part.
Yeah, I think Sami Zayn's really fallen off the edge of the world since. Imagine how hot. Remember how hot he was at WrestleMania? People, you were arguing like he should be in the main event. I don't think anyone would be arguing that now. Like, man, he's really good at main event WrestleMania. Now he's just like just loses all the time.
Well, we all get to that. So anyway, this went on for far too long. But I guess, they're probably paying Logan Paul a lot of money, so he gets a lot of TV time. But I kind of tuned out halfway through this. Like, but like I said, I think Logan Paul versus Ricochet, like, put him down in the mid card, and that's probably where he's best suited. Just keep him out of the main events. Next up, we get Becky Lynch versus Zoe Stark with Trish Stratus at ringside. This was pretty good. Zoe Stark is a pretty, really, she was like throwing Becky around pretty good. But I think the finish came when Becky Lynch she got rolled up by she got rolled up by Zoe Stark for the win. That's fine. I mean, this feud will continue, and so Zoe Stark gets the win. We get a quick backstage segment with the baby faces in the main event. And so next up, this was a fine mid-card comedy segment. The Alpha Academy graduation ceremony for Maxine Dupree. Master Gable was presenting Maxine as a graduate of his teaching, I guess. But before he could give, I think he was giving a jacket to Maxine Dupree. The Viking Raiders come down to the ring, and while they're distracting the Alpha Academy, Valhalla sneaks up behind everybody and steals this jacket, basically. Okay, nice, fine time waster between these six people. Next up, we got so we get this. I think this might have been a pre-tape, or it could be right before the match. We get a backstage segment with Shayna Baszler and Emma, which leads to a quick 2-3 minute match between these two. Basically, Shayna slaps on the Carafuna clutch and makes Emma tap out. At which point Ronda Rousey hit the ring. And so I think Shayna is back to being a heel and Ronda is back to being a babyface. I couldn't really tell, but I think so.
Is this a sign of Vince coming back when things just change from week to week?
It certainly seems that way. It certainly seems that they've probably righted the ship at least for 1 week. There's a quick brawl between these two. Shayna tries to hit the Carafuna clutch on Ronda, but Ronda gets away. We'll see where this goes, and we'll see if Ronda is the heel next week. That's just probably going to continue. So we get highlights of the confrontation between Cody and Brock Lesnar, followed by Cody coming into the ring and basically saying that he wants to have a rubber match with Brock Lesnar, but Brock's not there tonight, so nothing really happens with Cody. Like I said, he just basically, it's almost like the same segment over and over again. I want to fight Brock Lesnar, basically. So next up, we get a no disqualification match between The Miz and Tommaso Ciampa. This was a hard-hitting match. We get a surprise appearance by Bronson Reed. Since it's a no disqualification match, Bronson Reed attacks Tommaso Ciampa, drops him, hits the salami splash on Tommaso Ciampa, and basically Miz crawls over gets on top of Tommaso Ciampa, and the referee counts 3. So it seems that the only way that The Miz is going to win a match in WWE right now is if someone helps him out. Otherwise, he loses. So next up, we get tag champion, the women's tag champs, Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. They're confronted by Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green, and I guess they're just going to observe the upcoming tag team match that takes place next. It's Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green versus Caitlin Carter and Katana Chance. And one thing that I really haven't mentioned, but it's really kind of it's kind of funny, is every time this female ring announcer announces Chelsea Green's name, she does it in a really kind of, it almost seems like a goofy way. But anyway, it's just because Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville, again, another quick match. Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville win. Easily beat this NXT tag team.
That's how it sounds like.
Lexar's a big fan.
Actually, I actually find it irritating the way she announces.
Really? I thought you loved everything in WWE.
Actually, like it reminds me of Brandy Rhodes when she was a ring announcer.
Damn, Jesus.
Name, and she sounded different and in a funny way. He's like Kevin Owens. That the way it reminds me of her announcing Kevin Owens that way. Also with Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser. She sounded so soft. And Gunther.
Yeah.
Gunther! Deisten Heiden Gusten Heisten!
She doesn't announce that way. She just
that's how you should announce anyone from Germany. She'd be very angry.
She keeps saying the winners of this match,
even though he's not from Germany,
and Chelsea Green.
It's like, so annoying.
Anyway, let's move on. So they promote next week's Raw. We're gonna get Brock Lesnar coming back. We're gonna get yet another Alpha Academy Viking Raiders match in a Viking Rules match, whatever that is. We'll get a women's tag team match. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez will take on Sonya Deville and Chelsea Green. We're going to get Matt Riddle in an Intercontinental title match against Gunther. Yeah, I think it's a non-title match with the rest of Imperium banned from ringside. So hopefully Gunther will destroy Riddle again, probably. So let's go to the main event. 6-man tag. The champions, Seth freaking Rollins and Owens and Zayn, taking on the Judgment Day of Finn Balor, Damian Priest, and Dirty Dominic Mysterio. So this was another generic 6-man tag. I mean, it's good wrestling, but like we've seen quite a few of these now. So, we actually got Finn Balor. Yeah, so Sami Zayn is sort of a designated fall guy here. He takes a coup de grace from Finn Balor and eats the pin. And the winners are Judgment Day as Raw goes off the air. Again, just generic match by now because we've seen it so many times. Okay, I mean the wrestling was okay, but I thought there was one too many short matches this week. Like the backstage stuff seemed to take too much of an emphasis, particularly a little too much Judgment Day. Like, I mean that's just my that kind of brought it down for me. Yeah, it was okay, kind of but really, I guess when you think about it, this was like a skippable Raw. They were just kind of like running in place. that was my impression of Raw this week. Like they're just sort of killing time in these feuds. So that's kind of, lackluster, I guess. And that is my Raw report this week.
Raw report! Very good. Thank you. Stevie. Boom.
Chelsea Green.
Yes, look at Chelsea Green. We should make that the next thing on In Your Head, Jackie Jones.
There we're talking, yeah.
Incha.
1-inch biceps.
No, it's just Incha. No way
yeah.
is
She do that like Kuta. Yeah, Incha.
Incha.
All right, let's get back to these questions. Very good, Stephen Butler, the boots. Booty today. I don't know what that means, but it means good. Lexar wants to know, do you watch your step? I try to because I walk a lot, and I do a lot of walking at night. And you got to watch your step because you don't want to fall and break your ankle or something. I have fallen in my walks, especially at night. But I'm a tough bastard, so I just get up. Boom! One time I walked into a moving train when I was walking down the tracks. I just kind of brushed it off. Got a little scratch on my arm, but it healed up.
That's amazing.
Don't anyone actually do that, walk into moving trains. Lexar, Senator Chuck Schumer wants to investigate Logan Paul's energy drink. What does this mean? Prime?
They say it has 200 milligrams of caffeine. They said it's marketed to like 10-year-olds. And that's why he has a problem with it.
But aren't they all marketed to kids? Like, because they get all these. How much caffeine's in this?
Like Logan
Holy
Paul
shit, I just noticed this thing I'm drinking. You got to be 18 to drink it.
Yeah, that's what they want to do with the Prime.
Bang energy drink, you got to be 18. If they make you got to be 18 for Bang, I guess I'm going to agree. Why does he get special treatment? Non-intended for individuals under the age of 18. So if that's on this energy drink, the people of Bang, why should Logan Paul get special treatment? What the hell's in this now, I'm wondering.
Bang is not the best thing.
I don't know. I don't normally drink this. Someone gave it to me. They're trying to. What are they trying to do? Kill me? Trying to get me hooked on the Bang? What's in this? Heroin? Well, that probably wouldn't make you energy. Maybe cocaine. Potent brain and body fuel. I've got my flashlight here. By the makers of the legendary Redline energy products. Make no mistake, Bang is not your stereotypical high-sugar, life-sucking soda masquerading as an energy drink, high-sugar drink, spiked blood sugar, producing metabolic mayhem, causing you to crash harder than test dummy into a brick wall. Power up with Bang's potent brain and body-rocking fuel, super creatine, caffeine, CoQ10 and EAAs, essential amino acids.
That CoQ10 is like pretty
That's what this does to me. 0 carbs, 0 sugar, 0 calories, no artificial colors. That's good. It's made in the USA! 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 So it's got to be good for you.
the owner of that company is like a 60-year-old man who wears
Hell
like
yeah.
the biggest gold chains you've ever seen and like rings on every finger.
This
Hey.
don't even tell you how much caffeine's in it.
He's like a player. He has like 19-year-old girls hanging around him all the time.
See, you're making him sound pretty badass to me.
Yeah, the coolest Lamborghinis.
Hell yeah. You gotta be 18 to bang the bang. Yeah. Boom! Time to bang the bang. You feel the bang? Alright. Yeah, I normally do not drink energy drinks. Just every once in a while I'll see a funky flavor. I'm like, I gotta try that. Mostly by Ghost. They make a lot of whacked out flavors. And then usually I'm disappointed. I'm like, at least it just tastes really sweet like all the rest. But someone bought me this. Actually, my mommy got it for me. Mama Jones was like, yeah, I'll drink it during the show. It does taste good. But just like anything, probably one every once in a while is all right. But you don't want to make a habit of drinking the bang. This is like, I don't know. What does make me curious what's in this that you have to be 18. I don't normally either. I do drink lots of black coffee, though, but there's a lot of health benefits to the coffee.
I think they're saying that the massive amount of caffeine can cause heart problems in kids, I think is what he said.
Yeah, like for a kid. Yeah. Now, when I say this, I don't want people to take it the wrong way. This was something that my grandmother's grandmother used to tell her. So this is like way back in the day. And you have to remember this is another generation. But she used to tell me when she was a little kid, her grandmother told her, so this is in like the 20s maybe. She's born in 1920. So this is she's a real little kid, so she was either 20s or the 30s. So it's a long time ago. And then her grandmother is from the 1800s. But the point was, she told me that her grandmother told her that little kids couldn't drink coffee because it would turn them black, which is a nutty thing to tell someone. Lexa is Faith Schiavone a swifey, otherwise known as a Taylor Swift fan. I'm glad he added that because I started reading that. I was like, what in the hell is he asking? Is he asking some kind of...
I forgot to put the T in there.
I don't know what that means.
Swifty.
I thought it was
Oh, a
some kind of
Swifty.
weird wife thing.
Yeah, I was like, what is a swifey? It's like a wife that you swap around or what? I was like, what in the hell's happening here?
Japanese
A Swifty.
waifu.
Yeah, Pepe the same way. When I changed my diet a few years ago, I originally drank the coffee with a little bit of almond milk, but the problem is it would never get light at all. You'd have to put loads of almond milk to get it light, or even skim milk. And then I eventually just went totally black, and it took me a little while to get used to it. But once I get used to it, I love black coffee. And it's much like wine connoisseurs. They used to think, what a load of bullshit. They'd be like, it's got hints of wood and all this other shit. I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's all bullshit. And you'd see this coffee and be like, this has hints of toasted caramel. And this has hints of baker's chocolate. And I'd be like, that's a bunch of shit. But once I started drinking it black, I can taste the difference between these coffees. So I became kind of a coffee snob. All flavored coffee is shit. If you drink it black, it just tastes like artificial shit. But so I'm not saying get butterscotch flavored coffee and all that stuff, because honestly, to really bring that out, you have to add you got to add sugar and cream.
They hose it down with the flavoring shit on the outside.
Yeah. Or if it's in the bean, it's just a lot of artificial stuff. There are some exceptions, like cinnamon. You can add cinnamon or something is good, but if you actually put ground cinnamon sticks. But Just straight up coffee, no sugar, no creams. I can taste the differences. I like a dark roast. No one cares what I'm talking about, but I don't care. I care. The darker coffee actually has less caffeine. I think people think the dark coffee is more caffeinated, but that's not true. A lighter roast has more caffeine but less flavor. I like the richer, full-bodied flavor, so I prefer a very dark roast and just black and very hot. I like my coffee very hot. That's why you'll see me drinking out of this, because this closes to keep the heat inside, and I also carry a thermos with me when I'm out in Boston, because I like to keep it as hot as possible, and this will stay hot for many hours. It's still hot right now during the show, and the canteen I bring around will stay hot for like something crazy, like 12 hours. It won't be super hot. 12 hours will still be hot, but it'll stay hot for hours, like very hot. And I like it so hot it basically burns your tongue.
My mom bought this Dunkin' Donuts creamer one time, and she put it in a coffee, and it's too sweet.
Well, that would be a sweetened creamer.
Now she drinks coffee with a little bit of water and a little bit of milk in it.
Yeah, I like mine very strong, but no milk or creams of any kind. What was I gonna say? Oh, so my grandmother always drank hers black, and every once in a while I'd buy her a flavored coffee or something, and she would always say it doesn't taste like coffee, and I never understood what she's saying until I started drinking black coffee and got used to it. Now I totally get it, because if I get like some kind of coffee with all these, some like a cappuccino where it's like all this craziness, not just the regular unsweetened cappuccino, but one that's like out of machine or something.
Yeah.
Or like some kind of flavored thing, like, oh yeah, this isn't really coffee. It's like a coffee-esque drink. But anyway, just straight black coffee, I'm a big fan. I drink it. I probably drink more than I should, but I like it.
I live in a college town, so there's like 10 coffee shops here.
I have to have some vice. I stopped drinking and eating whole pizzas and all. So I gotta have my black coffee. Gotta have something. Black coffee and go to the casino. All right. Baileys. No Baileys for me. No alcohols. All righty. Now it's time once again for everyone's favorite part of the show. Nikhil Callahan questions.
I'm gonna tap out here because I got.
Oh man, look at this!
I got to go to work tomorrow.
All right, well, good night. I'm a big fan of Nikhil. He's a good man. I put this on like strobe. What do you think? You like this strobe lighting? It's changing as we go on. Good night, lightweights. Now, Vic is an elderly man. Lexar, he's a young man, but he's a puss. That's what I'm gonna say.
What happened there?
I don't know. I thought you just left, but you must have got disconnected briefly.
Well, I'll stay on for a little bit because it is midnight.
Oh no, you can take off if you want. I'm not gonna make fun of you. I know it's late for you. And all right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna miss you, Nikhil. Unfortunately.
All right. I appreciate that though, because Nikhil is a good guy, and I think he sends in much better questions than this other shit I've been reading from Lexar. Talking about Barney the dinosaur shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
see ya.
Half to 3/4 of Nikhil's questions have something to do with wrestling.
Right. CM Punk is showing good leadership backstage so far at Collision and seems to be taking seriously his role as locker room leader, according to PW Torch. The word from backstage at Collision is that he is taking seriously that this is his show, and he's taking pride in putting the stamp on air product and off-air vibe and the locker room thoughts. I agree 100%. Definitely has its own feel, the show. There are people who are distractors of CM Punk, but the thing is, every top guy in the history of wrestling has people. There's distractors of Hulk Hogan, of Ric Flair, and am I saying he's on those levels? Maybe not, but he's clearly a top guy. You can't keep saying this guy's a failure for people who don't like him. He's literally been on top of every promotion he's been in, with maybe the exception of Impact, which is probably more to say about Impact, is he was a top guy in Ring of Honor on the Indies, top guy in WWE at a time when size was important, and he rose to the top and, had the belt for over a year. So to say he's like this worthless dude, and now he's the top guy in AEW and top merch seller, he brings in people to pay-per-views and live shows. He's clearly something people are interested in. And as far as locker room leader, there's a lot. Like I said, there's people who are distractors of him. Also, a lot of people who really stand by him. Darby Allin, FTR, Andrade, a lot of these guys. And I say great. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of AEW. I really do like both shows, but I will say Collision is more my kind of show. It's more wrestling style that I like overall. And I still like Dynamite. And I like that they're different. If you're going to have two different shows, I think you keep them somewhat different. Otherwise, you just the same thing over and over. But I'm a fan of his. I've been a fan of his for a long time, and I like the show. Bully Ray says AEW is not playing to Keith Lee's strengths. Thoughts? There's probably truth to that. The problem is they have so many guys. It's hard to have. I don't think Keith Lee works as like a mid-card guy, so you get him as a top guy, but you already have all these top guys. So what do you do with them? And I'm not making excuses, because you probably should do something more with them. But at the same time, they didn't do with he didn't do anything in WWE either. Is it what to do with them, or is it Keith Lee? I don't know. The only place he really shined, I think, was in NXT. And I'm not saying that's all on him, but I'm not saying it's all on the companies either. I don't know. As we've noted, WWE has had plans to reunite DIY on the main roster with Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano. The plan was for DIY to receive a push, leading to a WWE SummerSlam match against undisputed WWE Tag Champs Owens and Zayn. Would you like to see this? Yeah, of course. I don't think either guy's really taken off by themselves. They brought up Gargano and tried to give him a push, but I don't think it really caught on. The first promo was good, but I remember him on some of the pay-per-views. He come out and get no reaction. I'm a Tommaso Ciampa fan. I didn't think his pairing with Miz made any sense, and they had nothing in common. So, I would try to run with that. Is something that worked in the past, so I would say try it out. Let's see here what's going on in the chat. These fine folks. Colleen's telling everyone to stay cool. Well, thank you. Good night, Colleen. This is in your head after hours. Only the real men could stay up this late, like me and Bruce and Pepe Petit.
I slept all day until 15 minutes before the show.
I don't sleep. I just stay up every day, all day, just so I can do nothing but podcasting.
Kind of seems like it.
I got up early. I went to the farmer's market, and the scallop truck wasn't even there. I went to go buy some scallops. Not there, so I go home. I did an interview with Casper Van Dien. Pretty big actor. That'll be on Without Your Head soon. Walked all around. I had my cheat day today, so I had some pizza. First time I had pizza in a while. But you gotta, for people out there, you have to have a cheat day. You have to have something to. You can eat well and stay healthy. I eat a lot of chicken, seafood, and a lot of vegetables. But yeah, it's good to have a cheat day. This is a real basic little word of advice that someone told me when I was thinking about changing my diet. It was a dietitian who I talked to only for about 5-10 minutes. And the one little piece of advice I took from her was if you eat, burgers, pizza, and stuff every day, and then one day you have a salad, it will not do any bit of good for you. The same is true in reverse. So if you eat very good, for the most part, all the time, and then one day you're like, hey, let's get some pizza, it ain't going to have an adverse effect on you. So that's something I thought about, and I took that advice. And, once a week or so, get myself some pizza or whatever. And the other days you're eating good, it doesn't matter. Let's see. A lot of people, The Rock does that. I mean, that guy's working out way more than I'll ever do. But you see him, he does cheat days, and he'll get like 8 pizzas. I'm not saying go eat 8 pizzas, but let's see here. Who will be the 5th member of the Elite and Blackpool Combat Club at Blood and Guts? That's a good question. I think one of them's going to be... it's one of the Japanese guys. I forget his name now. But that's who they really heavily hinted at joining with the Elite. I don't know who's going to be the Blackpool Combat Club's 5th guy. It'll be interesting to find out. Punk would be good, but I don't think it's going to be Punk. On this day in WWE 10 years ago, the WWE Performance Center was open. Who were some of your favorite from the Performance Center? Some of the worst people that have been called up. Has it been a success? Well, it's definitely been a success. Well, I don't know. It's weird because a lot of the guys who actually came up through the Performance Center, not like, because I think like was Moxley actually in the Performance Center? Like the Shield guys, or were they there before the Performance Center? Well, it's weird to even say some of those guys in the Performance Center because like Seth Rollins,
2006 or 7.
Yeah, so they would have been pre-Performance Center, Moxley and Seth Rollins and Reigns. That was, looking back though, that's one of the most successful factions ever in wrestling, as far as all 3 branched out of that into big stars. Where you're like Evolution was like already big stars, but Randy Orton came out of that, and Batista, but Triple H, and so that's really successful too. But all 3 of the Shield came out of that, and if you would think this last 10 years or whatever of wrestling without those 3 guys, like, I mean, Reigns. If you look at like a lot of the stuff, Reigns is like legit the biggest, like, I don't say star, but like the biggest draw in like the last 20. Like a lot of his stuff is bigger than Cena's. People will look at just the actual ratings, but not really know how to read them because the total number of viewers is bigger at different times. But that's like, if you just look at that, it's kind of like a false equivalent because not as many people are watching TV. So you got to look at like the where the shows are ranked. Not the total viewers, because Reigns, his quarter hours, the percentage, the key demos, the people, the buildings, they bring in like big crowds, so it's more nuanced than like this show had X amount of people watching and this show has less.
I have a list of top 10 Performance Center like people.
This is an real quick though before we get to that. This is an interesting one. Chris Hero for Combat Club 5th Man. I like that. The Return of the Kings of Wrestling. I'm totally down with that. I don't know what shape Hero's in, I don't mean anything because I know he has legit health issues. So, but I would like to see that. I think that'd be cool. So, who's the list?
It's Braun Strowman, then Ricochet.
Asuka's huge success.
Says Baron Corbin.
No.
Sasha Banks.
Yeah.
Becky Lynch.
So honestly, the women for sure big success out of the Performance Center.
Velveteen Dream. Nice.
No, unfortunately, that's
Alexa
a big failure.
Bliss.
Yeah.
Aleister Black.
I wouldn't say success for WWE.
And number 1, Charlotte Flair.
Definitely. Yeah. If you look, really, the women's huge success out of the Performance Center. Probably all the top women in the last 10 years out of the Performance Center. Kurt Angle revealed Tomko was originally supposed to be part of the Main Event Mafia, but departed from the promotion before he could join Angle, Kevin Nash, Booker T, Scott Steiner, Sting. Thoughts and good fit. I mean, who cares? I mean, I hope the guy's doing well, but do I think that would have been a big deal if Tomko was in there? No.
I liked him with Christian.
Yeah, that was probably his best thing. But people talk about the Main Event Mafia now like this was this all-time great angle, but I remember it sucking. It was just a group of WWE guys. Now, let me go through the names. Kurt Angle was a guy who went all out in Impact. That was a big plus to Impact. Booker T, he really just went through the motions and did not really try in Impact. Sting I think Sting probably tried in Impact, but I like him better now, honestly. But I think I tried. Nash, he had some funny bits, but not really a guy I thought was really there to. And Scott Steiner probably the same way. I didn't really think anything of the Main Event. Even the name I thought was lame. I think it's a weird one. I think that's a thing that almost now it's anything that ever happened in the past is considered classic. But it wasn't I don't remember anyone thinking this was great stuff.
They dressed up in Italian Don suits and shit.
Yeah, I thought
it's and sometimes they'd wear freaking roses, maybe. I don't know.
I thought that whole
too cliche.
That whole era was really the beginning of what took away everything that people liked about Impact. Because when TNA started, it had a legit buzz to it. Now I'm not saying it was this worldwide phenomenon, but it had passionate fans, and it was built around the core AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. And then a little bit later, Samoa Joe, America's Most Wanted. It was these guys. And then later on, they really kind of kicked all those guys to the curb to focus on these ex-WWE guys. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's not good to bring those guys in, because it is good to have a mix of your homegrown talent and name talent, but not to go where you have all the name talent overshadow your homegrown talent. Honestly, I think that's something AEW does well, and I know some people will disagree for some reason, but they'll call it all ex-WWE, but I think that's really ludicrous when you look at the show. I mean, MJF's not a WWE guy. The Elites aren't WWE guys. There's a lot of the main guys were never in WWE. But to have a Jericho or something is it's good to have a mix of established names and your homegrown guys.
But he has a different character too.
Yeah, he's always a great guy in my opinion as a guide for people to look at on how to stay relevant and always change with the times.
Yeah.
Because so many people, even though I don't think Randy Orton's a great wrestler, but he never changes, so he's very stale, and I don't care about him. But Jericho's been around even longer, but he always changes up a little bit, so it keeps you interested. And keeps you entertained. As noted earlier, it was reported by PW Insider via multiple sources that there was a backstage argument following last night's Raw main event, which saw the Judgment Day, Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio with WWE Women's World Champion Rhea Ripley defeat WWE World Heavyweight Champion Seth Rollins and Undisputed Tag Champs Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens in a 6-man action. That incident involved the match participants' thoughts. I don't really know enough about this at all, so I don't know what they were fighting about. If they were fighting about the match itself or what. So I just don't know enough about it to have one thought one way. But you have a bunch of athletes and entertainers. I mean, egos and stuff will get involved, and sometimes you'll get in arguments. So it could be nothing. I don't know. On this day in pro wrestling history, Bill Goldberg stuns the world by defeating Hollywood Hulk Hogan at the Georgia Dome on July 1998. Did you watch it live and have memories? Absolutely did. I was a big Goldberg fan, and at that time, I always would record all the pay-per-views on VHS tape. And then during the Monday Night Wars, because you have to, if you were around, it's different now if you're looking back, if you grew up like during that time. But if you were around before that time, it was groundbreaking, because before the Monday Night Wars, you primarily saw squash matches on TV, and that was it. To see big stars against each other was, really rare. You'd see it on Saturday night's main event, and that was basically it. Besides pay-per-view. So when the Monday Night Wars started, every night, the squash matches really started to become the minority. It was almost all competitive matches. And so I'd have a VHS. How I would do it, I would record Raw in my bedroom, and I'd watch Nitro on the big TV, and I would usually have a VHS tape, and I would record the match.
Two different TVs.
Yeah,
and I get both.
And I would record the big matches on Nitro to keep, because I was like, oh man, because I wasn't used to seeing like regular matches on TV, and so I remember I recorded that whole show, because I looked forward to that as much as a pay-per-view, Goldberg versus Hogan. And I know people will say they missed about not putting that in pay-per-view, and they probably did, but as a fan, that doesn't matter. That's a really weird thing, because I see fans today who look at wrestling trying to be a businessman, which I don't really get, because like, if you're just watching as a fan, why would you bitch about, oh, these assholes, they didn't make me pay for this. I want to pay money for this. I don't want to see it for free. It's like, well, that's kind of stupid. You're not the one making the money. Wouldn't you just like to see it?
Yeah, like back then, you'd be walking past the TV and you'd be like, holy shit. And
exactly.
It'd be like the most amazing thing, and that's why.
Yeah, because I even saw people bitching.
You get your friends, like, hey, come on.
Yeah, call your friends, whatever. And I saw people bitching even recently, like, AEW, I can't believe they gave Joe and Punk away on TV. And I'm thinking, like, okay, now unless you're like a shareholder or something, why would you complain about that? You're basically saying, you idiots, I want to pay you $50 for this. I don't want to see it for free. It makes no sense.
All of this list is all the different wrestling shows and all the different channels that you have to, like, it's like a web of shit. If you don't want to pay for just cable,
right?
You have to figure out some kind, like, all this shit I wrote down just to try to get it like the cheapest way, but
right,
they're fucking you. You can't do it. It's impossible.
Yeah. And now think about someone who's like, why aren't they putting this up for $50? I want to pay $50 for this match. I don't want to see it on regular TV. It's like, well, unless you're the one collecting the money, why would you bitch about it?
I just want to turn on my TV and watch wrestling like I used to.
Yeah, I used to watch everything I could. I'd watch a lot of local IWCCW, which International World Class Championship Wrestling is like the longest name ever. And that's where Tommy Dreamer was before ECW, and Tasmaniac before he was in ECW, and the Boston Bad Boy. Then there was this guy who was like, what was his name? Curly Joe. He was basically Curly Joe from the Three Stooges, but as a wrestler, he's like this big, giant, fat, bald dude. It's like really lame ass gimmick, but I mean, I'd watch it. Yeah, and I'd watch it. I watch everything I could get. AEW, when I was a kid, AWA, really kind of the dying days, but there was some good stuff even still at the tail end when I was watching it.
One of my babysitters had like all the like pro wrestling, the 80s wrestling magazine, like the black and white.
Oh yeah, I had
like
those
the
too, yeah.
maroon cover. I don't know, pro wrestling something, but he had like all of them and
Yeah.
like just like wrestling things recorded off of closed circuit television and all that stuff, like in the 80s. And so I was just like watching all of it. It was so cool.
Yeah, my brother had all, because older brother, he's big wrestling, so he'd have all the PWI magazines and stuff, and he had old ones, so I'd go read them. Let's see here. It was Kevin Nash's birthday. Favorite memories of Big Sexy. I know it's kind of blasphemy, but I was never really a big Nash fan. I always thought he was the best with other people, like him and Hall together. I like, and I liked him as the bodyguard for Shawn Michaels. But I didn't really like the Diesel run by himself. But I would probably say NWO. That's probably my favorite stuff. Him and Hall together, and Hogan.
I never saw him as a good wrestler at all.
Yeah, I don't either. I know people get mad at
personality
me or whatever. Yeah, I even thought he's kind of boring as a talker. I really thought Hall was the best talker of the group.
Well, Nash didn't give a shit most of the time, and you could
Yeah,
tell.
yeah, just very like too
Be
cool
like,
for
yeah,
school kind of.
bro, whatever, bro.
Thoughts on the Twitter war between Matt Hardy and Brian Last? I don't know. I really don't follow Twitter, so I don't know. I mean, I think Hardy should retire, but one of the most like just obnoxious guys I think is Brian Last. Like he's just a guy, but he's so like he's got such a big ego for just some fan who's like just because he's Jim Cornette's co-host, but he acts like he's like done it all in wrestling. And it's like, well, he's not a wrestler or a booker or anything. Why is his opinion so important? On this day in 2011, the Young Bucks requested and received their release from TNA, where they worked as Generation Me. Did they make the right move? Yes, I believe historically they made the right move. It was Adam Cole's birthday. Favorite memories of matches of Cole, baby. I'm a big fan of Adam Cole. I didn't think I would like the because it's an overdone gimmick, but I've really liked the pairing of him and MJF lately. I thought that's been entertaining. And I thought it would be like, oh man, this we've seen this so often where it's like the tag partners that are stuck together don't like each other. But I think they're going a different route with this, which is fun. Where instead of like they're still fighting and when they're gonna break up, it's slowly turning Adam Cole heel, which I think is pretty funny. I like it. He's a bad influence on Cole. It's bringing out the heel. I like it. I'm sure. I don't know. Maybe who knows where it'll go, but I assume we'll eventually get them just warring. But I like it so far. I might have asked you, but were you a fan of WCW's Natural Born Thrillers? Yes, I was actually. I mean, looking back, none of them are particularly good, but well, no, the one guy I thought was who's the one guy? He was with Roddy Piper for a little while. God, what's his name? But like they had Horseshoe and Chuck Palumbo. I mean, looking back, I don't know, but Natural Born Thrillers. And the change...
Thinking of Mike Awesome in the Fat Chick Thriller.
No, I don't know if he was ever. So we had Chuck Palumbo. I mean, honestly, he's not really much there. Johnny the Bull, who I liked at the time, but I don't know. Mark Jindrak, just no personality. Mike Sanders, who I did like. I was a fan. He's like above average Mike Sanders. I thought was a funny gimmick. Reno. Sean O'Hare. Now that is a guy I think had all the potential in the world. Sean O'Hare. But
freaky looking. He gave Schnitzky a run for his money in the face department.
No, I think he's. I don't. And I from what I understand, like when he was one of the guys Bischoff was going to build the company around, supposedly when he was going to buy it. And Sean Stasiak, nah, that guy's a weirdo. So like I liked it at the time, but like looking back, it probably wasn't particularly good. I don't know where it is, but I have a Natural Born Thrillers hoodie that the Change Man sent me once for my birthday. I need to find it and wear it on the show sometime. It's probably way too big, but it'll be alright to wear on the show. There's a WWE house show in Wembley end of October. Should I go? Absolutely. Yeah. Live wrestling is always fun. I didn't know this. Brian Pillman Jr. is no longer listed on the AEW roster. If so, what are your favorite memories of Pillman Jr. in AEW? I mean, it's a guy they never used very well. They used him for 1 week or so. Real missed potential there. Especially right after the Pillman Dark Side of the Ring. People really wanted to get behind him. The group, that was pitiful. When they were the blondes, when they were like high school kids, like come on, that was the gimmick like out of the early '90s or something.
Yeah, it was like really early Brian Pillman stuff where he was wearing like the Cincinnati Bengals, like
and it was so cheesy and out of place in modern wrestling. Like the only way that would have worked is if you would have presented them as heels, like they were such dorks, but they thought they were cool. Like that would have worked, but that's not a gimmick for baby faces in modern day.
Like Jim Cornette type heels, like
yeah. Impact Wrestling has announced that Designs Diener will replace the injured Steve Macklin. Who? I don't know any of these people. Who the fuck is the Designs Diener? That I thought that was like some some brand or something. The Designs Diener.
I thought
that's a wrestler.
Dobbs Dean Maya.
Well, maybe Dobbs Dean Maya will replace the injured Steve Macklin at Slammiversary, teaming with Impact Hall of Famer Bully Ray to face Scott D'Amore. Scott D'Amore, isn't he like 60? And a mystery partner with NHL legend Darren McCarty? Did he just make all this up?
Scott D'Amore's wife is the first thing that comes up.
Good Lord. Yeah, doesn't he date like a trans, which is fine.
Oh, she's like Asian looking.
Yeah, I don't.
Sure.
I have no
I'm
thoughts
not
on
read
this.
About that. Yeah.
I have no thoughts on this whatsoever. Kurt Angle on
Scott D'Amore again.
I like Scott D'Amore, but even when I was watching, he wasn't wrestling. I think he was a retired wrestler when he first was on Impact. He was the manager.
Is he like a chubby guy with glasses? And
yeah, he was the manager of Team Canada.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, duh.
Now he's wrestling like 20 years later. He was retired wrestler 20 years ago. Now he's wrestling. Kurt Angle on Christopher Daniels. He was always underutilized no matter where he went. Do you agree? Absolutely. 100%. That's a real if he would be in his prime right now, that's a guy that AEW would have been perfect for. I still think you could have done more with him even now, but he is an older guy. But yeah, never had the chance anywhere. Really talented in ring and also charismatic and a good talker. And a good gimmick, honestly. I hope AEW signs the Bollywood Boys permanently. Okay. I just wanted to tell Incher I watched Casino for the first time Friday and loved it. See, he listens to me. You gotta love Casino.
The way to watch that movie is on 2 VHS set.
Yeah. You have to go switch the tape over.
Yeah.
Also, I don't message Jack to say, well done. I've been tricking OAB. My questions are 100% legit. I know, of course. Interest, he's a conspiracy theorist like Tazo, I think. If WrestleMania was in London, would you come over from the Headyverse? Who would come over? Well, I would like to come over for the AEW show, but it's just time-wise it's bad because I'll be going to LA. It would all depend on, money-wise, like the flights and the tickets, how much is this? If it's costing like $5,000, like not probably many people is going to do it, but I think, because I've mentioned this before, but it's actually not bad, the flights for me from where I am to London. It's about the same as going to Dallas, which is weird. But tickets to WrestleMania are very, very expensive. CM Punk once joked about fighting the Young Bucks in UFC. During a Q&A session in July 2015, Punk humorously mentioned that since no suitable opponent has been finalized, he jokingly suggested that he might end up competing against Colt Cabana or the former AEW World Tag Champions, the Young Bucks. So he was talking about fighting the Bucks even in 2015? I wonder how far back like their rivalry goes. Whoa. There's a mouse just ran down my over here. It's really weird because it's pretty warm outside. All I watch from WWE is the Bloodline segments. If they appear on SmackDown, Roman Reigns, I don't even watch the pay-per-views now. Interest is very low. Thoughts? Well, I mean, I'm in the same boat, and I've always said I watch the pay-per-views, but I mean, I haven't watched the last several pay-per-views. I didn't ever watch Money in the Bank. I didn't watch whatever was in Saudi Arabia. I don't think, wasn't there another one in England not too long ago? I didn't watch that either. I don't know. People, there's all those old guys say like the wrestling fans will just watch no matter what, but that's not true. I mean, as we were talking about earlier, I used to watch everything I could find, and then at one point, TNA I stopped liking it, so I stopped watching it, and I never watched it since. It's been like many years now. I want to say like almost 10 years. Whenever the Aces and Eights was around, I stopped watching. That's been a long time. And I stopped watching WWE TV. It was like 4 or 5 years ago, and I watched it my whole life. And I don't miss it. I don't even watch all the Bloodline stuff, but I'll watch every once in a while, like some YouTube clips, because I do like that. And usually when I watch a pay-per-views, I like them, but when you don't watch a TV, it's like you're not invested in the story, so it's like just watching matches for the sake of matches isn't that interesting. So the point is, like, you can't count on wrestling fans just always watching it.
It's like if they don't develop the characters enough for me to care about it, why should I waste my time? Like, if they don't care enough about my time to like.
Yeah, I mean specifically for WWE, they're like you'd get the crowd would get behind people, and I'd get excited for them, and then like if they weren't gonna push a guy, they just normally would never push him. It was very rare that the crowd would get behind somebody and they would just go with them if they didn't already want to. Like Daniel Bryan's like one of the few people. And so like after a while, you just like it wasn't even fun because like Miro would get Rusev would get like super over, and like he was one of my favorites. And then like they just make him into an idiot, and after a while it's like, why am I even watching this? Like even guys I mean back in the 90s, they would want Mark Merrow and Mark Henry to be the top guys. But when the crowd starts getting behind Stone Cold, and they get behind Mick Foley, and they get behind Triple H, they get behind these different guys, they would go with them because it was like, oh, well, yeah, we see Mark Merrow as a top guy, but he's just not getting over. But they're getting behind these other guys. Let's go with it. And for the most part, they don't really do that anymore. They push these guys that they see, which sometimes that will work. A Roman Reigns, they wanted him as the top guy, and it didn't really work at first. I never disliked him, but he wasn't over. And then the heel turn, and then, magic happened eventually. But then other people like, Baron Corbin, they will push forever. And eventually maybe they've given up on now, but it's like, you don't care about the dude, and they just keep pushing
and pushing. Got sent down to NXT.
Yeah, and Sami Zayn, a guy that was legit the most over guy in wrestling for a while.
Stupid.
Yeah, and they went, like, they gave him, like, some TV time, but didn't even ever give him, like, a main event on a show, like a pay-per-view, and now he's just a guy. He's just losing, and just nothing. And that's the kind of stuff that makes me lose interest. I watch a lot of old WCW Nitro, Thunder, and SmackDown Raws from WWE. I find it very sad, the amount of wrestlers I saw who have sadly passed away. People like Crash Holly, Sean O'Hare, Chris Canyon were great. It's interesting you mentioned that, because I was talking to someone just today. Because next year's 20 years we've been doing podcasting, and that's weird for me to think about for lots of reasons. Like I said, I was in my 20s when I started. And also, even like when we play the intro here and I'm sitting here watching it, and I'll see all these names pop up, and as myself is getting older, and I'll see all these names pop up. Harley Race, we've had on the show, Ox Baker, Paul Bearer, and it's like, wow, these guys aren't here anymore. And then on my horror show, Ben Chapman, who played Creature from the Black Lagoon, and Angus Scrimm, the tall man. So we've had a lot of people on the show. I don't know if a lot of those guys are older, but they're no longer here. It is a weird thing as you get older, Nikhil, and everyone out there, that unfortunately is not something it's just part of life. So it's a weird thing. But it does make me proud that we've been doing. I joke sometimes we just wasted everyone's time doing the show, but it's nice that we get to talk to these guys, and I know you can listen to interviews with most of them other places, but it's nice that they're saved forever and people can go check them out. OIB, shall I get the AEW game? Not played a wrestling game for many years.
I think you should.
Yeah. I'm still on the fence about it. From what I understand, eventually they put out a version where it's got all the downloadable stuff. So if that's true, I'll get it at some point. Heat and Casino came out the same year. Which one do you prefer? Casino by a lot by me. I think Heat's actually kind of overrated.
Which one has Val Kilmer in it? Heat.
It must be Heat, yeah. I'm not nearly as familiar with Heat.
That one's a double cassette, too.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Casino, I think's great. I'm a big fan. I finished The Usual Suspects. What a film. MJF's devil quote is from that movie. Have you seen it? Of course.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great movie. That was it for Nikhil's question. Thank you, Nikhil. Alexa, Bruce Briscoe said he stopped having sex in the middle of having sex. Stop.
No, that's me.
Bruce said he stopped having. Now, if you were going to stop having sex, it would be why you were having sex.
Yes.
It wouldn't be like I stopped having sex while I was, microwaving popcorn. That wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, and no. Yeah, but that was. It's not like I have sex a lot, so it's like I'm not trying to brag. It's just like a shithead thing to do.
With a girl he doesn't want to have a family with. Had he got the girl pregnant, will he step up and be a dad or deny it is his child? What the hell?
Wow, that's deep, Flexar.
Also,
It's a case by case basis, I guess.
Also, was the girl hot?
Usually when they're, oh my god, if they're walkout material, probably not.
Was she
probably
cute?
more of a insane clown posse type situation?
Was she cute?
Yeah.
Was she a nerd?
Probably.
And was she a whore? What the hell?
No, they're all good girls. I was the whore.
There you go. Tony Obasta! If you had to use pudding or Jell-O as lube, which one would you use and why? Why? I think the only really obvious one is pudding. I don't think Jell-O would be a very good lube.
But pudding could look too much like shit, so it might.
Not if you use vanilla.
Yeah, true.
Or pistachio.
Unless some shit got in the vanilla, then it turned brown anyway.
So if you're using anal lube, yeah. But I think Jell-O would just kind of flop and fly out. It wouldn't really coat anything.
Smaller chunks.
Yeah, then it would just fall on the ground. I don't think you'd. Yeah, unless you use the Jell-O before it gets like completely solid. I think pudding.
Jiggler. One of those jigglers.
Watch it jiggle. But I think the obvious answer is Jell-O. I mean, is a pudding. But not. I was thinking pistachio, but not pistachio because it has little bits of nuts. I think that would probably be painful for both parties.
Like a pudding pop up your ass.
Right.
It's the right form.
There you go. And then if it gets stuck, you just wait for it to melt, and then you're all good.
Nice.
Tyler Stevens would Intra walk a mile of train track for the last dig dug arcade cabinet on Earth. I'll answer for him, absolutely. And Pepe Potit says he's a big fan of strawberry Jell-O as a lubricant.
Little red action on the...
Yeah. A little horror-esque. Does Intra still power goat one out with his squatty potty? Interesting. We haven't had a squatty potty update for quite a while. Has Intra ever found a foreign object in the Wendy's bathroom? Like a steel chair? Do you remember this, Bruce? There was a short time in WCW where they couldn't say the name foreign object anymore because it was like somehow racist to say foreign. So they had to call it international object. It was so ridiculous because it wasn't foreign object as if it was like from another country.
Even more to the term they're trying to get away from by making it like that.
It didn't even make any sense.
That's stupid. I worked with some dudes, like some ghetto like guys who were like into drugs one time, and this guy was like, "Stop at this Popeye's chicken." And he went into the bathroom and he was hiding drugs underneath the like toilet seat. He like tape them and like so there's stuff going down in bathrooms. Anyway, yeah, it's my bathroom story.
All right, I like it. Tyler Stevens, what is the Arby's logo? Intra sees it as like a throbbing cock, but I think honestly, people will see what they want. It's like the Rorschach test. So I think that's with Intra. He just sees cock and everything because he's got cock on the brain. Because when I see it, I do not think, oh man, that's a raging penis. It's supposed to be a hat. Let me pull it up. Not my penis, the Arby's logo. Oh, let's see. Save.
I actually dated 2 girls who worked at Arby's at the time that I started dating them. It's a good place to pick up women.
Did they say that the logo was a penis?
You know, as a matter of fact. No. I don't think I ever heard them say it. And like the bottom's like the balls.
I guess. That's a really short penis. I don't know. That's like you're getting like a very strange. I don't know. I don't see penis there. So inches like this is like the tip of the penis, but it's like all like it's just like a head with no shaft. I wouldn't be proud if that was your penis. It'd be like this short, like I don't know. Maybe that's what Intra's penis looks like. I don't know.
Just rotate it like 45 degrees and it might be easier to read it as a penis visually.
Yeah. So anyone out there, let us know. Do you think the Arby's logo is a penis, a hat, or what?
I'll morph a penis over it and then post it.
Wendy's logo says "mom" on it. Well, that's nice.
I've heard of, yeah, it's like on the tie or something.
Here's breaking news. EC3 has relinquished the national title and is going after Tyrus's world title. Hot damn, does that make me excited? EC3 versus Titus. Hell yeah. Two of my favorites. Alright. Let's see. Oh, apparently Okada is coming to back to AEW. Let's see here. I know I had something in here. Oh, here we go. So people also somehow the questions thing also became a chat. So we also have some chat questions here. So join the group, Facebook group. If you're not a social media guy, you can email the questions to me at iyhwrestling@gmail.com. And also, please like this, hit the like button, share it with all your buddies, subscribe, and if you can, and don't if you don't have the money, but if you'd like to help support the show, it is very much appreciated to help cover the cost. And there's a lot of cool little perks. Get little cute emojis, Jackie Jones archives, and unedited, remastered copies of the original episodes of In Your Head. And if you're up for it, you can become an In Your Head producer, which is very cool. I'm actually going to make a little animation for our producers, including Mr. Bruce here. Are we supposed to put the questions here now? That was from Vic. Does Vic's question count as a question? From Tyler. Let's see. Where the conspiracies at? Jonathan Jackson wants to know. What happened to Jackson? Why isn't he around? Is he off on some shady business, you think? Jacob. Who's Jacob? That's a new guy. Alex Jones has confirmed that the government is turning the freaking frogs gay. Ah! Tyler, did Benoit do it? Do what? Nicholas wants to know, how's Ruby Soho doing? Doing pretty good. She's in the tournament. Vic, is Val Venus right about the lizard people? Now, if you talk about this stuff and have fun, that's totally cool. But If you're a grown man and you're thinking people are lizards, I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Tyler. Sorry.
Show me one. I want to see a lizard.
Yeah. I wouldn't say capture people, but I mean, come on. Tyler, who in the Headyverse is actually a lizard person? Maybe Tazo. Maybe all this he's trying to protect himself by talking about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like everyone else is lizards, but he's the real lizard.
And I saw a zipper on the back of his neck.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my god. It was
not a necklace, it was a zipper.
Oh my god.
El Santos World is Incher a lizard. That maybe that's why he's not here. He's on lizard business, or he's getting his human suit fixed. Yeah. I don't trust that Jackson fella. I'm with you. He could be a lizard. That's why he always has that mask on.
Oh my god, is that why people still wear their mask?
He's covering up the lizard face.
Is that why people yell at me in stores to take off my mask because I don't need it anymore?
Man.
Take it off, and I'm like, it's already on. I don't want to take it off.
I'll be honest. When I was wearing a mask, I never got a cold or anything.
Yeah, it's stupid bullshit. Don't tell me what to fucking do.
El Santos World. What wrestler is most likely to be a lizard? That's an interesting one. Jake the Snake Roberts. If you identify as there's a lot of lizard-related questions. If you identify as a lizard person, would you not be socially acceptable? That's the thing. We should be more tolerant of lizard people, then they wouldn't have to hide as humans. If Val Venus accused you of being a lizard person, how would you react? I would laugh, and it would be all over the show, all over the social media. It would make my day. Who is the better lizard person? Dr. Connors from Spider-Man or Sergeant Stadanko from Cheech and Chong's Nice Dreams?
Definitely Sergeant Stadanko.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
He slowly turns into an iguana.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Is that the one that has a hamburger?
Yeah, Paul Rubens.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, hamburger train.
Hamburger. Steve, if a stripper was a lizard person, would Lexar still pay her for a lap dance? I mean, obviously.
Lizard
as long as she was a woman.
Pussy.
Yeah, he'd be like, as long as she's a woman, I want to be. I'll jizz in my pants for a lizard, but I won't be gay.
Just lay her face up in the sun so her cold-blooded parts will get warm.
Yeah, probably wouldn't be that enjoyable because it'd be like cold. Is it appropriate to say you have to drain the lizard in front of lizard people? It's very true. You don't want to be offensive to lizard people. If you were a lizard person, what kind of lizard would you be? Oh, wow, that's interesting. Luchasaurus. Oh, yes. Good, man. That's not even a mask. That's just his face. I thought he's wearing a mask all the time. He's hiding in plain sight. How many lizards does it take to change a light bulb? That's from Faith.
I want to see a lizard change the light bulb with its tail.
Or its tongue.
Oh, definitely.
If a Lexaring lizard, Lexar doing a lapper on laxatives, would that be the greatest lap dance ever? And would you be intrigued? Hell yeah. It's finally a moment I'd be intrigued. It's a lot of L's.
With laxatives, there'd be shit everywhere.
Yeah, we don't want it.
What's that? Like Bob Saget is in a movie, and someone puts shit all over the walls, and he's like, "There's shit everywhere. Shit everywhere." Good old Bob Saget.
Rest in
Rest in
peace,
peace,
Mr.
yeah.
Saget.
He's a good dude.
Alright, what's going on here? Alright. Well, that was a good show. Next week we're probably gonna have some a folk or two for the New England Fan Fest and Hall of Fame. That'll be a fun time. I may actually be recording an interview or two as well from that to post throughout the week. So make sure you subscribe here. The interviews will always be free up here, so don't have to worry about that. The Jackie Jones shows will be free when they're live, and then I put the archives in the Headyverse members. So and they're on the first tier, so you can listen to them. I'll probably, when I'm home on Saturdays, which isn't always, but if I'm home Saturday, I'll do a Collision post show. If I'm home tomorrow night, I might do one after Dynamite. We'll see. I enjoy doing these. I hope people dig them. They seem to be doing well. And I'll be back next Tuesday for In Your Head. I believe Inchman will be back, so that'll be good. And anything else, Mr. Bruce?
No.
Well,
Had a fun time.
I had a fun time too. I appreciate you being here.
Yes.
Here's a
I'm
little.
happy to be here.
This is a glimpse from Psycho Ape 1, Kansas Bowling, and the Psycho Ape. So I will be producing Psycho Ape 2 in August. Kansas Bowling also directed a movie I'm in. She's very cool. Friends with her. So I'll be out there for like a week. Possibly 10 days if we'll figure out, but at least a week. So the end of August, I probably won't be on the show for a week or two, but I'll be back. All right, folks. Gonna get out of here. Thank you guys for watching. I love every member of the Headyverse. Even Patrick Howell. No, he's a good guy.
Creepy.
So he's a little socially awkward, but we like him. All right, let's get out of here. Bye. I gotta do the new outro for the new Headyverse members. I'll do that before next week. Bye. Bye.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah. It was not small. No. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink. Fight. Andre was big. Yeah. It was not small. No. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink. And fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah. It was not small. No. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah. It was not small. No. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink. And fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you've been doing over there. This is like when you see an MCU movie, like, you gotta stay after the credits because you don't know what's gonna happen. Here's the after credits segment in your head. This is what Bruce is doing off the show. As soon as the show's over, he starts burning up his stuffed animals. Whoa!
This is like a cookie cutter.
Okay, like a gun. Yeah.
At
first I thought it was some kind of S&M thing, but I don't know.
I was trying to get a good angle on it. Here's Elmo.
Kill me. This is the new limited edition Kill Me Elmo. Burn me Elmo. All right, I'm getting the hell out of here before Bruce starts burning me. Goodbye, folks.